It's been a while.
Which I think arguably is like the worst thing that anybody can do. So yeah, when like I guess when we saw you in that, it was just like, man, you're sitting down and you're like breaking bread with this guy. It's like it is what it is. Like at the end of the day, if you're not going like I don't believe in the platforming bullshit. I really think you should be able to make a video about any topic. And as long as you can discern and make a conscious effort to tell people, yeah, this guy's a piece of shit, right?
For sure.
Like,
Yeah, of course.
There's
that's
one
not
thing.
platforming. Making fun of someone is not platforming them.
No. I also, I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, he's a human being. And so I tried to show him the respect that I would show any human being. We all know him.
Yeah.
But it was extremely difficult in that situation. I don't know how it came across. I'll have to go to the footage to know for sure. And I do want to say the reason I use the phrase minor attracted is not because I'm like politically leftist and I think I think being attracted to a 14-year-old is just as bad as being attracted to a 4-year-old. And so I lump all of these guys in. I know people try to like file, hebephile, this file. I don't know. You're all just disgusting people. So in my opinion, if you are minor attracted at all, I don't care. 14, 12, 10, 5, 1. You're a still disgusting monster. And I'm just going to call you all one big thing. And that is minor attracted.
I think the phrase minor attracted just like implies a certain level of sapience and like how you have a lot of understanding of like it's a science almost when you say minor attracted. It makes it seem like you're well read and learned in terms of being a pedophile. That's why I think that's a not a good. I think pedophile just encompasses anyone really.
Yeah.
I think
Caleb,
it also is just
Caleb, I
weird,
think you
law.
should unzip your libtard brain for a moment and listen to this empirically correct fact I'm about to spit at you.
I love that quote so much. But I also think like that kind of phrasing is just like it like softens the blow for what is and it should always be an incredibly serious topic and subject.
It should be it should be derogatory. It should be an epithet, a slur.
100%.
Yeah.
The only slur that's okay. We need a pedo is a slur, I think, right?
Yeah. I mean, it is the worst thing you can say to somebody. Yeah. It's the worst thing you could say about anybody. 100%.
I mean, most slurs do have definitions, though.
It's true, but I don't know. I feel like okay, whatever.
Because like if you just like Latin would just be like wouldn't that just be like a young person, like pediatrician, ped?
No, podiatry is like the doctor for children, right? A podiatrist.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like if you want to go like that, a pedo could be anything,
but isn't
really.
File someone that wants to have sex with that? Right?
A file is someone who has like not an obsession, but is
attraction to that type of thing.
Yeah, I suppose because there's audio files, there's all sorts of stuff. And audio files it's not sexual in any way. It's someone who likes. I'm an audiophile. I have a $1,700 headset.
You like waves? You big waves, bro?
Yeah, bro.
No, but in all seriousness, like the whole EDP arc, it's like it's come to. I don't know if after the Mike Klum stuff, anybody could make anything that tops that kind of nonsense.
To be honest, if the Mike Klum thing doesn't wind up with this guy in jail, like
he has just cockroach luck, bro.
Dude, it's just content, and dude, it's not going to change my opinion on him.
I'll tell you where EDP is going to end up. That guy's going to end up in a morgue real soon.
Is that a threat?
No, I'm telling you, he's like I'm dying. He's really dying.
Well, didn't Gideon run into him at a dialysis clinic?
Yeah. And that dude needs dialysis 3 days a week or he will die. He's on the kidney transplant list. He ain't going to get one. He needs to lose like 300 pounds to get on it.
Holy shit. They need to execute this guy quick for it to mean something.
And again, Mike, forgive me for saying this, but he came straight from dialysis to the shoot. And that dude would not stop bleeding. I don't know if they have him on a bunch of blood thinners or I don't know what else, but that dude was bleeding the whole time we filmed.
from his anus,
from the dialysis port or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't believe. Like, I'm like, this dude is not just dying soon. This dude's dying tonight.
That's up, bro. Yeah. Holy shit.
And still, he ate as much as McDonald's in the little scene. Like, obviously it was like 2 hours old, cold and nasty, right? But like Mike wants us to eat for the
How much McDonald's did you eat? Let's be honest here.
I took 2 or 3 bites of a cheeseburger for the bit, and then out of nervousness during the set down, I ate like 2 donuts and an apple pie. And he ate as much as I did, if not more. And
holy shit, this documentary is just killing him. You're giving him all sorts of... That's the plan. That's the meta.
When I get nervous, I feel like my stomach cuts off. Yeah. Like whenever I see people in movies, I watched Fury last night, and they were all yelling at each other, and they were still eating while they were upset with one another. Mm-hmm. I was just thinking of how I could never possibly eat in any sort of situation of duress or...
Dude, I eat when I'm anxious. I eat when I'm sad. I eat when I'm mad. If I could eat while I was asleep, I'm pretty sure I would do it.
Why?
Is that like, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know
like
why.
You hungry or something?
Eat a file.
I definitely hungry, man. I'm hungry all the time.
Nice.
It's miserable.
No, but but like, you know, at the end of the day with the whole EDP stuff, with all of his shit, I'm glad you mentioned the whole like 3 days of dialysis, because that's one thing that Mike even mentioned to me. I'm like, when I found out about like all of it, I was like, that's just really bad. Like my uncle who passed away like years ago, he was on dialysis most of my life because of a kidney issue, and he wasn't even going through dialysis all that much, even in his age. It was like, you know, but and the thing is about like EDP, it's like from what I've heard, he's like so happy-go-lucky about a circumstance. He's like, I'll just end up getting a surgery later. I'm like, you don't really get to do it on the last day of your life, you know? I mean, you never even know what the last day of your life looks like, right?
Yeah, the severity of his situation, and again, I think this goes with what Oompa's saying. Like he's not all there, right? I said that too. The severity of his situation is clearly not there. I don't think he realizes this is his swan song. This Mike Klum documentary, he may not live to see it uploaded, and I don't think he really understands that. And it, you know, I mean, maybe that's for the best at the end of the day.
Yeah,
you know?
Karma.
You can't hurt anybody else when you're in a pine box. So.
Well, moving on from like the EDP side of things, let's move to people that are a little interested in an older demographic. The Minecraft YouTubers currently that have been trending for the last, I would say, week and a half. I want to be just like brutally up there.
Yeah, something like that. The Wilbur stuff started, I think, before we recorded the last episode.
Did you guys see that? What they said about Wilbur's room?
Wait, what did they say about him?
Somebody said some shit. I've read it. I have not kept up with any of this, by the way, but every single day I see more, and I'm like, all right, this makes sense. And Wilbur, apparently, according to this is, I don't even need to say allegedly, because it equates to him having a messy room. But someone who was with him at some point said that his bathroom would stink, and he would like spill stuff on the ground and not clean it up ever. Like he was the most messy person that this person had ever been with. Which I thought was hilarious for some reason.
Wait, your YouTuber doesn't clean up their house?
But like to like a pigsty level, to like literally leaving stuff spilled on the ground.
Does not play Minecraft. Let's go.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what's really wild? It's like the amount of people that I know in this YouTube space that are like the most filthiest people on the planet. I just don't understand it. Like, I've never truly understood that. It's like, I think all of us keep our houses relatively clean, right?
Yeah.
I got shit around.
If your house is dirtier than mine, that's surprising to me. And like, the worst case is like one of my. I'm a huge Asmongold Gold fan, and every time I see photos of his house, it really creeps me out. And that's saying something, because I grew up in like a roach infested rat hole. So it's I don't know what, I don't understand. Like, you can afford a cleaner. You have somebody come in and fix your.
It's like there's this one Roblox YouTuber or streamer, and they're just like the filthiest pig I've ever seen.
Yeah, I saw that guy. I made a video about him. Yeah,
dude. And I don't understand how you can get that filthy. Like, if I have something out of place in my house, like, I don't even know if I have like OCD or whatever. Like, I don't know if there's like a diagnosis you can get for that, but it's just like, usually with me and stuff like that, anytime something is like a little bit up in my house, it's just like, I feel absolutely shit about it. So when I don't know, I've never found, like, I love playing video games. I really do. I think most of us here love video games, but it's like, I've never had video games ever consume my level of like cleanliness away from me. That's just weird.
I mean, like, it's pretty apparent if you look behind me. I don't mind stuff being junked up. I don't mind having a stack of Magic cards on a table that sits there for a month. I don't care. That's fine. But when it starts to get dusty, that's a problem for me. But when it comes to actual filth, rats, roaches, like food substances, dog mess, all of that stuff, I can't leave it there for 5 minutes. It has to get picked up. It has
also, the irony is, like, these people are really rich. Like, they can hire someone to do this shit for them.
I mean, that involves, like, spending money, though. Like, that I've always found, like, okay, so coming from, like, a household that, like, it's not like we were ever poor. I don't want to ever say that. We were well. But it's just always, like, when you come from, like, a place where you don't ever have, like, the rich, fun money, I don't think you ever walk away from, like, spending a lot more. Like, I always find out that my frugality carries over. Like, I buy nice stuff, but I'm generally a very frugal person when it comes to, like, spending money in and out. Like, I feel bad when I buy a video game, you know? Like,
yeah, same.
I bought Dragon's Dogma too. I mean, we know, you know, it's like, I feel bad buying it. I'm like, I can afford it.
I don't buy shit almost ever for myself unless it's like, you know, food, whatever, car, you know, stuff that I need. And then once I do it, you know, I'll do it right, I guess. I'm not going to skimp out on things that I feel like would actually enhance my life. But anything that's not that, like, I can't, like, I'm going to spend money on this thing that I don't really, like, need. I could give this money to charity, and then I usually do.
I will warn you that I grew up the exact same way, and then once that Band-Aid got ripped off, oh my God, I just couldn't.
Bro, we saw the
enough.
documentary.
We saw him.
That's what I'm saying, but like I'm just saying, don't ever pull that Band-Aid off. Like you live like that, you die like that, because once the money starts flowing, it's you know, my divorce. I mean, I had to cut a check for $250,000 for my divorce, and after I was like, well, if I spend $250,000 today, I can spend $1,000 on Magic cards. So I did, and then, you know, I mean, it stockpiled from there, you know.
That's like there's balance to it.
Wait, so it was ever since the divorce that the Magic card thing really went crazy?
Yeah, I used to buy like a box of every new set, which is like $99 in general, and then I did some unboxings prior to that, so I would buy a little bit more when I was unboxing it and making the money back. But like the whole hooker thing, the whole traveling thing, all of that money was after I had to cut that check for $250,000. I'm like, you know what? If it goes that easy, let's at least have some fun in the process.
So it's your wife's fault?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. What do you think? I mean, no. Is there the whole money thing, like equating money to being like having an inability, wanting to use money to have fun or like do stuff? To me, it kind of makes sense, right? Because like we're all gonna die. You can't like hook up a wagon with all your cash in it when you die. You can't like go. So it doesn't really, money just doesn't really matter at all to me. So that's one thing that I've always had trouble like caring about, I guess. When especially when people, because I'm not like bad with money necessarily. I do buy stuff that I enjoy, but I also am doing quite well because I make also, you know, for every stupid decision that I make multiple. I would hope that would benefit me at some point in the long run, or I take risks to benefit myself in the long run. But like when people,
you're a successful gambler, bro.
What's that?
You're a successful gambler, bro.
I'm a good gambler. I gamble, but not with like slots and shit. But with like employees.
No, I mean, I'm the same way too. Like I have the same belief that you just said, like, but like you die, you don't really carry your bank account.
Who cares, dude?
Yeah, like for me, what I usually do with money is I just like reinvest it, and it's like I have money for like my brother, and like I spend money on like family mostly.
Because it's like
schooling or something. That's it.
I see it as after the bills are paid and after after I'm not going to hurt myself or anyone around me, because I do employ a lot of people that I love. So like a majority of my financial responsibility comes from that that rationale. I want to continue to pay the people that I am paying because I like them being around, and their lives are important. So I don't just blow all my money. But like if I have 10 grand and I could put it into a 401k or buy something that I could have a lot of fun with my friends and family with, I'm every single time of that 10 if I get the choice, which is also why I have a CFO now. Every time I get the choice, I'm going to not care about having an additional 10,000, 10 numbers go up in my bank account. Like I don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, it's a balancing act, right? You know, like as long as you have safety and security, Once you're beyond that point, like I said, once the bills are paid, once you know you're going to be safe and you can take care of yourself and your loved ones, right? Like at that point, have a little fun.
I feel like if I had
There's no
children,
reason
my
not to.
mind would probably change as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, I don't like acting frugally. I just don't like what that does to people. It's in my blood. What could I say? My grandfather's trained
I was
me.
gonna say it, bro, but
Everyone was
Jesus
waiting.
Christ.
Okay, all right. Listen, the drinking
I was
game
gonna say it, but then right after you said something how you donated to charity, and I was like, "Woo, glad I didn't say it."
Yeah. So, thanks. Saved again.
You're welcome, bud.
My grandfather's basically drilled into me from a very young age. Don't waste money on shit. His big thing was it was a little thing called the Holocaust. It was crazy. And he survived, which is pretty pog how that happened, honestly.
I don't know. Does the Holocaust add like plus 500 to your financial stats or something? Like...
I'm just saying, you got to be a mad lad to walk out of there alive.
Like that makes sense if it's like a times, like, oh, I was alive in the Great Depression type thing. My great grandmother was like that, to where like she didn't spend any money at all on anything ever.
Yeah,
but. Yeah. Just like professionally, the worst people I've ever met are people who like money.
Honestly, true.
Oh, like what do you mean, like?
That's
like,
it. My grandfather does like money.
Okay.
All right, so
like they obsessed with it.
My go-to example. So he ended up in America with nothing, right? Nothing, not even a family. His whole family was wiped out in the Holocaust. Okay, so he basically got there alone, and he made something of himself. Like right now, he's almost 100 years old. He's well off. He has a bunch of grandkids. Like. Honestly, he's like the most inspiring person in my life, probably. And he says I didn't waste money. That's why I have what I have. And he came to America with nothing. It's not like he blew up in some crypto shit, right? Like he just worked his ass off and he made something of himself, and it's just very
I can't
inspiring.
wait for like years down the road when somebody's grandpa is going to be a degenerate crypto boss or something.
Oh God, you know it's going to happen.
Like, where's your family's source of wealth? It's like the Kennedys can say, like, oh yeah, we were bootleggers. One guy's like, yeah, my great grandpa just bought a shit ton of Bitcoin. Fucking played it big. I can only wait for that story to come out.
Yeah.
I know a bunch of crypto losers. I only know one crypto winner.
Was that you?
So
before you cashed out?
Yes, definitely me. I'm multi-billionaire, as we all know.
No, I mean, like, what was the whole like crypto? So, like, your finances were a big point of contention. I feel like when it comes to like a lot of people that dislike you, they like always look into like your financial history and everything about that. So it's like I guess it's best to get your record out clean. It's like, what was like your best crypto like payday? Like, what was that kind of like for you?
So after the divorce, I had about $250,000 left in my name and liquid cash, right?
Yeah.
And
McJuggernuggets
came to me and he's like, he's like, look, there's no reason not to put the money in there. Look, I made a ton of money off crypto. You can do it too. And he talked me into it with the agreement that if I lost all my money, he'd give it back to me.
Wait, Jesse
like
said
a
that?
written agreement or
no, just handshake thing.
Oh, okay. So in other words, that's bullshit.
And I'm like,
because
all right,
no
I'll
one's
put
that good of a friend. Okay.
Yeah. I'll put my $250,000 in. Let's see what happens. And for a while, I lost a ton. We bought in at like 300. It went down to like 80 for a while. And I just sat on it. Do what?
What'd you guys
Ethereum.
buy out of there? Ethereum?
That was And so eventually Ethereum went up. And then I joined, this was 2020. I joined this Crypto Bros text chat with like him, and I think Lance Stewart is in there, kid behind the camera is in there, and Jesse was talking money moves. So to this day, if I had just held on to my Ethereum, I'd probably be worth over $1 million.
You'd be set.
Yeah.
But
Shit,
they're
if
like,
you bought Bitcoin right now, the high that it's at. Oof.
Yeah. But they're like, let's get into this thing called storage. Let's get into this thing called Uni. Let's make some, short moves.
Let's diversify our portfolios.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's cool.
And so
Those are the people I don't like.
Dude,
I ended up trying
but diversifying specifically crypto. It's specifically crypto.
It's like those degenerate assets.
And again, keep in mind, I'm not blaming anybody. Like, obviously, I had to hit the buy button.
I would blame
right?
the guy that said that he promised you your money back. And I mean, I'd blame you more, honestly, because like
obviously, I had to hit the buy button.
Yeah,
right. It's, I take full responsibility. And Jesse's not, unless we signed a contract, Jesse's not responsible for shit. And I bet tomorrow if I hit Jesse up and I'm like, dude, I can't make mortgage. Can you help? I bet he would. right?
Right.
Fortunately, I'm not there. Thank God. And that's even after the falling out me and Jesse had over the whole trans friend shit of his, Emily, and all that stuff. So, but
is there like a story that we were supposed to know? Because you just said that like
yeah,
it
there's
was...
a really short version. He had a cameraman who came out as trans, Emily, and Emily like accused him of being like transphobic and like awful to her. And Emily's like, can you count on me for this? And I'm like, yes. And then during the interviews, Jesse, basically pointed out a bunch of shit that Emily did that made Emily look very, very bad. And Jesse's like, why didn't you come to me first? And I'm like, I probably really should have. That was a stupid thing to do. I probably shouldn't have just listened to Emily. So at one point, we invested in, I think, storage or uni. And I went from like the $200,000 I had at the moment. It went up to like right at 800,000. Of course, capital gains tax and everything else would have been considerably less, but it was like 850,000. And I went to bed with that total, and I did not set like a sell minimum price because again, nobody's taught me how to do this. I don't know what I'm doing. And I woke up the next morning and it was worth less than my initial investment. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, I just lost my ass today. So, I mean, yes, $800,000 is a ridiculous amount of money, and it sucks that I lost it, and it sucks that I don't have it. But like Mudahar pointed out the last time we talked about this, realistically, I'm only out my initial seed money. And I think people always vastly overestimated what we old school YouTubers made. Like, I showed this on my stream not too long ago. I made $1.3 million on my YouTube channel across 17 years. Right. So like
a decent amount of money if you ask me. But
showed this on my stream not too long ago. I made $1.3 million on my YouTube channel across 17 years. Right. So like
it's a decent amount of money if you ask me.
That's $75K a year.
But
yeah, it is.
The point,
it comes out to like $80,000 a year, which is blessed, right? Like that's amazing.
You'll say something that like opens you up to criticism, and then you'll immediately start the next sentence so quickly that like
oh yeah,
you have to teach us how to do that.
Interrupt me at any point.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, I think the $1.3 million is like, I mean, it's a.
No, I was even going like further back when you said that. Oh yeah, so I basically didn't lose anything in crypto, and then you immediately started the next sentence with people overestimating how much YouTubers make.
Well, I mean, how much?
You don't give people the opportunity to mention the fact that
hit me.
It was really
free.
weird that you made like a whole video talking about how you lost everything through crypto when in actuality you just lost the seed money. Like that's a little bad faith.
Well, that was my everything. The reason I said it's my everything is because it was my everything. That other than the house, which I'm currently still living in.
He's saying his seed money was all the money he had
in the whole world. Yeah,
right.
That's everything I owned.
You see.
Yeah. His seed. Do you guys think that? Do you guys think that?
I do think so. Yeah.
17 years. Did you have another job?
No, it's just straight up YouTuber. I was on disability when I created my YouTube channel.
Okay. Right, how much was that?
$800 a month, minus $100 for Medicare, so $700 a month, give or take.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I grew up dirt poor, and a lot of people forget this. I was technically homeless in the town I now have a home in. In '99, I moved in with my brother. Him and I had a huge falling out. Private, personal reasons. I won't like throw my brother under the bus, but I had to get the hell out of there and had nowhere to go. And so my best friend who lives with me now, he gave me a place to sleep. Sometimes I couldn't always get in there because it was a dorm room. You had to have an ID card and stuff, but I was able to keep my shit there, which is nice. And I was able to sleep inside that dorm, and sometimes I'd sneak into other dorms. Sometimes I would sleep in computer labs and stuff at the university. And it was like that for the better part of 6 months. And me and that friend have clawed our way up from nothing together to build what I have now. So, I mean, I definitely know what it's like to be batshit utterly.
Where are you from?
Southwest Virginia originally, but I've lived in Arkansas since '95.
More like Arkansas.
Okay. Where? What part of West Virginia? Blacksburg?
Wise, Virginia, right outside of Wise. Originally St. Paul, and then I moved to Pound. And like, you want to talk about poverty? Like,
oh yeah, I'm from Virginia as well.
Yeah, what part?
Like, Gore, Winchester. It's like as far north and west as you can get, basically.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like, your whole thing is funny to me because like you're on the internet, so it's different. Obviously, you've had a lot of exposure to the internet, but if you took pretty much 40% of the adult men that work in trades that I knew, some of them eventually went on disability, and you gave them a YouTube channel, this is the same thing that would happen. This is like the exact same thing that would happen, just because they don't like, you don't know, you don't like, you're not just magically born with an ability to know what to do with everything, especially things that, you know, being a YouTuber and I'm not making excuses for you, by the way.
No, of course not.
I'm just saying
no
this
excuse,
makes sense.
But yeah. There's no excuse for the stupid shit I've done, but this might be the reason it happened. I often say that, right? Like, I'll explain why I do the stupid shit I do, or the stupid mistakes I've made, like what my reasoning at the time was, but it's never an excuse, right? Like, I fired a gun in the air. I might have had all the reason in the world to fire a gun in the air. Doesn't matter. Still had to plead guilty. Still had to become a felon, right? Like, So I know what I was going. I'll tell you what was going through my head, but it's not an excuse. It's not a justification. It's just why I did it, you know. But yeah, so I get what you're saying there.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never like, one of the things that I always like to even talk about is like, I came from no financial knowledge at all. You know, I came as an immigrant to this country, so I had like no idea of like investments or financial knowledge. So when I got even a touch of money, and I'm talking money that like, you know, disposable money, you know, money that you could chuck away and forget about. That's when the first thing I did was I started, you know, to talk with finance managers and like actually learn how to like grow wealth and everything. And even when I was making really good money, a lot of that was like my lifestyle would never reflect it, because I would always like try to seek the security first, and then like, you know, worry about the fun stuff afterwards. Like, I get what Caleb says, like, you know, you don't get to go away with your money, but it's like I would always worry about like not ever being in a situation where I have to think about it. Like, I don't ever want to be a billionaire in my life. Like, I think that's a insane amount of money.
Yeah.
And it's not something that I think could ever appeal for me. But I also don't ever want to be in a situation where I have to think about the day to day, right? Like, that's a scary thought. And I think if you've ever lived it, I think most people can understand. It's like the security is what you aim for.
Yeah. I've been back there now for about a year. And it's nowhere near as bad as I thought it was. And I definitely have it infinitely better than most people. Like, I still live in a very nice home. I can afford my health insurance. I can afford to eat out sometimes. Like, I probably eat out way more than I should, Caleb Hammer, right? But at the end of the day, like, it sucks. It sucks. You know, and I empathize with anybody. If I had to do it over again, I would have focused on my security more than anything. But I said this the last time you and I had a conversation. Like, dead people don't cash in their 401ks, right? I wasn't planning to live to 65. I wasn't planning to live to 50. I don't know how the hell I'm still here.
Are you planning to live to it now, though? Because you've got a significant other. You've got a life now that I think is worth fighting for.
Here's the coolest thing I'll say on this podcast. I wish I had bought more Magic cards.
Really?
Yeah, because we're currently cataloging them, and we've cataloged $30,000 worth, and I feel like this is going to be a very nice saving grace. Now, admittedly, by the time I'm done with the collection, 100K is probably what I'm estimating, and you won't sell it for that, right? Not even close. I'll probably get 50 out of that 100, and then somebody else will piecemeal it on TCG Player and get 25 additional more. Maybe I'll be the one that puts it on TCG Player. But I'm in a pretty fortunate situation where, like, I wish I'd spent more money on Magic cards, because that's going to be what saved my ass. I'm really happy about it.
It's not crypto. It's just like a different type of NFT.
No, but the funny thing is about your investment in Magic cards, it's like, it was a terrible investment by any metrics. It was just, at least it's something tangible. It's not like extra food.
Right, you couldn't disappear on my phone while I slept.
Yeah, you couldn't consume that.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Just to be clear too, my what I was saying about my approach to money, I'm not saying it's the right approach. Just to be clear, I think that it's not. I don't think that that's a very, like, if everyone thought that way, there would be probably total anarchy. So
if I had to do it over again, and based what I hear you guys saying today, I think this is what your advice would even be. Is I think you take care of your security first, right? And then when you have enough money to where you know you're going to be okay, you got the nest egg, you got the investments, hell, your 401k is full, you know you'll be able to retire at 65. Then if you want to buy the fancy car with the extra money, right? Then if you want to start taking people out to dinner.
Fancy cars are so overrated.
Oh, you're stupid.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that's bad. Yeah, I think the fancy car, like that's just purely your own. If you want to do that, that's
fancy
that's
car
completely
is
cool.
ego.
Yeah.
It's
like I
cringe.
literally couldn't even own a
Absolutely.
fancy car if I wanted to, just because the height me the most.
Dude, Matt
I was,
Pat just his career just ended, and he ends his last video getting into like this shitty old car and driving away, and I was like, that is so awesome. Like that is so awesome.
I remember the first like fancy vehicle I ever actually bought was like from my dad, because we would always like we would always like have the used stuff for a while. So I was like, oh, here you go. Even like the fancy car, like I was out in San Antonio, and like I was out with the Unsubscribe boys, and I sat in like Eli's like McLaren and everything. It was
so
a nice car, but like every time I sat in it, I'm like, bro, my feet are like up against the
I
glove
like.
box.
I think cars are a terrible. I don't think people should buy cars like if they want to be smart. But I like them. I think it's one of those things that falls into the category of just like I enjoy the way that it makes me feel when I do it, and it's not going to hurt me unless I drive really fast, obviously, and kill myself. Then it absolutely could. But it's not like a drug. It's not like a.
But yeah.
It's not like I'm
I mean, it's not like it goes away after. It's not like a hooker where you for an hour. And
Right.
they're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they maintain it like, and if you're smart, you can buy cars and they can maintain value. I mean, I've essentially up traded one of the new one of the Broncos. I pre-ordered, bought it for the normal price, traded it in for a GTR, and then traded a GTR in for a Raptor R, and like.
I did that with an old Model S. I bought it during like pre-COVID. I bought an old Model S, and it appreciated in value like
That's crazy.
40 grand, and then I sold it back and bought the new S with the differential. I was like, all right.
There was like 3 months where Broncos were going for like 115 grand, and it's a $50,000 car.
Yeah. You were telling me, but that was insane. I was
Crazy.
And same thing with like those cyber trucks now too. Like I was thinking of getting a cyber truck for like the range day that's coming up.
You should get
like,
one, Boogie.
Yeah, well, the whole Tesla thing, a lot of people don't know what my plan was with that Tesla. But I have a friend who owns I have a friend who owns a celebrity car museum up in Branson, my friend Scott, and then another friend manages the place. And so the plan was to get like it was a bad idea. This is a stupid bad idea, but it made sense in my stupid brain at the time. But we were going to kit the Model X with the wing doors out to look like a modern day DeLorean. Get it silver wrapped and get like the Mr. Fusion on it and the stupid flux capacitor, and like take that to conventions, because I was already getting paid to go to conventions. And so I thought, well, if I had a show car, it could add a little extra bang to the budget. And they told me like we could get that up for you for under $20,000, because it was a stupid financial decision. I was never going to make the money back.
Yeah, but you would have made some money back.
Well, I ended up just not buying the car.
Okay, that's even better.
Yeah, that was way smarter.
So it's funny we're having this discussion. I just bought a Tesla.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
You bought one? That's like the ultimate douchebag YouTuber car.
Yeah, I needed a douchebag car. It's been...
you nux.
I would never got dead driving one of those electric jet
all right,
trucks.
dude. I've seen you watching hentai on your Tesla. Okay, get out of here.
Yeah.
I would get one, but I don't. There's like it's just not feasible. Everywhere I go, I got to drive 3 hours, no matter what.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Bro, you'd be surprised how long that bitch can go on a 3-hour charge. I went all the way to like Buffalo and beyond, then I like came back and I'm like, oh, I still like 38% left. Yeah, let's go. Your range anxiety dies real quick once you drive one of those cars.
Yeah, I was the one time that I realized I took a road trip with McJuggernuggets, and we had to set at a Target for 45 minutes for him to fill his car. It was like a mall, but it had a Target in it. It was like a 2-story Target. We had to walk around this mall for 45 minutes. I'm like, this is absolutely not how I want to travel. I'm so glad I did not purchase this car. Has it gotten faster to charge him, I wonder?
It takes like 25-ish minutes, 20 minutes if you're going from like the emergency, like 10%. You got to plug this up to like 80%. Anybody that sets it beyond 80.
Who decided to name Buffalo Buffalo?
Nut job, bro. Like an actual nut job.
Like your
someone who really likes the wings. I don't know.
Weird. Well, isn't that where the wings come from?
Yeah.
Dude, Buffalo is like one of those places where it's so depressing. Like I was in the mall in Buffalo, and it was just like the biggest sign they have, like the billboard, is like, "Hey guys, if you're using fentanyl, here's the counter drug to fight it." I'm like, dude, this has got to be the most depressing city to actually be in. But everyone's like chill from Buffalo too. Like, I don't know, everyone I've met from there is really cool. It's just like the entire town or the city just gives the vibe of like a
Hmm.
fentanyl like addiction.
I do really like the East Coast. Haven't come from there, and like I did enjoy my time in DC, but I haven't been in a long time. Right, I was there briefly for like one night to fly out of there, and I loved Cleveland. My God, I hate how much I love Cleveland. Now my second time there.
I feel like
You're like the only
you went
person
to
I've
Cleveland.
ever talked to that said that.
Yeah. I have a friend in
weird.
Cleveland, and he does not have
It
the
gives
same
you an-
opinion.
Gives you an idea of how shitty Arkansas must be, doesn't it?
The way I
Arkansas
see it, it's
sucks.
you were in a room eating with EDP, and then you left the room and saw Cleveland, and it felt like freedom.
you
You're like,
ain't wrong.
Yes, this place.
ain't wrong.
This is everything.
DC was the funnest like state that I've been to because it was the only state where I like literally almost got destroyed by U.S.
DC?
Marshals. Yeah, Washington D.C. Sorry, like
Oh,
the
okay.
actual city.
The Commonwealth,
So-
yeah.
Yeah, so the one time I was like, it's the same thing. I was flying through there, so I was going out of Vegas, and I knew I got COVID. So I was like, man, I have to make this flight tonight, otherwise I'm stuck in Nevada. So I'm like, all right, what's the best way you can get me back home to Toronto? They're like, we'll route you for like 3 hours in DC. I'm like, do it. So I'm out there in DC, and like I'm just like, all right, I might as well see the White House. So it's like 1 in the morning, and I actually did not expect it to be dead closed.
Participant, you must be confused, but try not to think too hard. Not only this. Nightmare card.
Actually going out.
Like no human walking around the Capitol except me. So I'm in the Capitol, and like it was the only time where like SUVs were like just from a distance following me, and I'm like, oh man, if my brown ass stays here for too long, I am not making the
So-
flight back to Toronto.
Why
It was,
are we really
it was
doing
like
this?
the weirdest vibe that I've ever had.
thought you
You know, it was like
hated racing.
in the
I need to get into the city again.
Who is going to walk away with this year's City Pass? Tune in and find out. It's going to be one hell of a ride.
How's everyone enjoying the show?
He can't be allowed to keep doing this. But how can we stop him? By playing him at his own game.
Aster, what would you like to say to all your fans?
winter, you know, you see the Capitol from a distance away. Super weird part of the country, but like I had to see the White House because I'm like, all right, I'm in Washington, might as well see what 1600 Pennsylvania Ave looks like. And then I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be around here at like 2 in the morning. It doesn't actually work. Like the marshals are on their like, you know, they're questioning things. So that was my like only experience there.
The best. I went there as a teenager with the Upper Bound program, and they took us to the Smithsonian.
Yeah.
And I've always had a dream to go back and just see everything in the Smithsonian. That's the only real advantage to that town. It's a miserable
I hate
town full
DC.
of corruption and awfulness. But I absolutely want to do everything there is to do in the Smithsonian.
Yeah. Well, speaking of like your future, I really do like. I really think like Travel Boogie would be an interesting like view on the channel. You definitely made some travel content that I'm like, you know, it's
You know, the
something I
last
can,
few
you know.
when we drove up to Cleveland and stuff, people really did seem to enjoy our vlogs and stuff. I'm trying, since that channel is so utterly dead at this point, I could just upload anything, and so that's what I'm doing. I just upload whatever occurs to me, and maybe if something sticks, we'll do more of it. But
Have you ever
I like the
considered
travel stuff a lot.
That's not a good strategy to do YouTube.
Well, yeah, it's probably a bad plan, but it's how I've always done it for 17 years, and it was successful once. Maybe it'll be successful now.
But things have changed over the last 17 years.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I'm
YouTube is
hoping-
very different right now.
I'm hoping I'll stumble across something the algorithm will like, right?
Okay.
And if it does, then I'll stick to that. Does that make sense?
I
But
think
as it
you
is
sort
right
of
now,
know
nothing
what the
breaks
algorithm-
20K views.
But
so
dude, but you
that's it.
know what the algorithm would like. You
Tell
know
me,
the
Nuts, I'm
algorithm
curious-
likes
I'm
relevant
curious.
things. It likes drama. It likes even, your life to some extent. Mike Plum got 5 million views off your ass. Okay, like I don't know. You could do something.
Well,
brainstorm
you describe
videos.
most of what I upload. If that's mostly what I upload. I upload little fragments of my life, and I do some commentary, which does just as well as the rest of it. But the videos that have done well over the last 30 days has been us just going out and exploring the world. I think a lot of people are really fascinated with the fact that I'm dating a 21-year-old girl. So I guess that's part of it.
Yeah, it's tough to bring that whole topic up, but go ahead. It's like, how's that like kind
When
of
you'll get
going?
married?
Yeah,
It'll probably be a couple years before I get married. I do think I might ask her in the next year or so. But it's one of those things where I don't want to ruin the rest of her life, and I don't want to ruin my life, so got to take it very slow. Her parents are on board, which is nice.
What do you mean ruin your life?
Well, I mean, like, what if the marriage doesn't work out and it sucks? I don't want to spend the last few years of my remaining life going through a divorce, right? Like, it's not fun for anybody.
True,
Divorce is
so
not
you
fun
gotta
for
make
anybody.
you gotta make sure before you pop the question.
Yeah. Definitely take your time on something like that, I think. And even though her parents are on board, and even though she's on board, and I'm pretty much on board, I want to take it slow for her.
Bro, how do you get the parents on
Yeah, I was
board?
about
like
to
that?
ask.
When the soul leaves the body, am I still me? My world becomes completely different. I can feel the cause. These powers will never run dry.
Scary. That's like a. I think me
It
learning
was
how to
very
defuse
scary. It was
bombs
very-
is easier.
Dude,
Please tell me you presented yourself better than you did in the freaking job interview. Hey, I did porn. I'm dying
yeah,
in 6
of
months.
course.
Can I marry your daughter?
Yeah. Her mom said to me, and I talk to her mom all the time now, but her mom said to me, she's happy and that's all that really matters. Says, I've never seen her happy. She's never been happy in the 20 years I know her. She's happy as a pig in shit right now. Don't f it up, Steve. That's basically what her mom told me. And I'm like, you got it. I'm not going to f it up. She likes our, she likes our home. She's getting better. She's working with, becoming like a more well-rounded person because she has her share of trauma growing up. And so she is at 21 where I was at 21. And I thought this was an opportunity to be the person I needed, right? I had my friend, my roommate, Chad. He stepped in, helped me get my shit together. So I thought I could maybe help step in and help this person get their shit together. And so we're doing the therapy thing. We're doing the self-help thing. We're doing the YouTube videos that talk about the problems she's been through. And she's journaling and she's doing the work that she needs to do to become a healthier, better person. And I give her a place to do that. And I'm really happy about that. And I think the results are amazing. When I met her, she could not walk into a Walmart. I don't mean alone. Her social anxiety was so bad. 3 minutes in Walmart was like being on fire for her. Just the other day, she went to Walmart by herself for the first time.
Well,
speaking
of therapy stuff, one of the interesting therapists that you had recently was
Flaming Star, baby.
Flaming
Druggy
Star,
McDrugs.
Yeah. So I want to just start fresh from the beginning, like rip Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
How did this Flaming Star crackhead threw a brick through your window nonsense started.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. So
I'll try to give you the briefest version. He has been
no. Go verbose. Like I want to know.
Okay.
Book of Genesis here.
So he's been in Northwest Arkansas for a long time, and we have a mutual friend who owns a gaming store called Gear Gaming. My friend Glenn Whitman, and Glenn is like, "Hey man, I know you've had interest in psychedelics with PTSD and stuff like that in the past. I know a guy. And this guy has been ever present in Northwest Arkansas, I think, for a long time. I did know his brother back in the day, Daniel. He played Magic, and his brother was a really interesting person. Referred to himself as plural pronouns for some reason. In like 2007, he's like, yeah, well, we don't have a very good deck. I'm like, who the f is we? You got a mouse in your pocket, Daniel? But again, looking back on it, they might have also been experimenting with psychedelics back then too. But this guy had been writing me in 2018, 2019, wrote me on Facebook. I can fix you. Let me fix you. And I wrote him back, and I'm like, how? He's like, I do psychedelic therapy. I'm a healer. I can do whatever. And I'm like, that sounds like bullshit. That sounds like snake oil. Please stay the f away from me. But
it's like Smart Boogie kicked in for a minute.
Right. Well, I started doing the research, and if you look, there's a documentary I recommend to everybody. It's on Netflix called How to Change Your Mind. But you can also just Google this. Psychedelics help people with PTSD. Psychedelics help people with depression. Psychedelics, ketamine therapy is very common right now in the United States. That's the breakout version of it. But eventually we will be doing mushrooms combined with traditional therapy, LSD combined with traditional therapy. And the more I leaned into that, the more I looked into it. And I have a friend, I don't want to dox them, but they cured their heroin addiction through ketamine therapy. The problem is ketamine therapy is pretty expensive, and notably, I haven't had much money since about 2020, right? So this guy kept hitting me up, and he started wearing me down. And when Mike Klum is in the area, he's like, what else that we haven't shot? Is there anything else you can think of that would be interesting for the doc? I said, there's a shaman who wants to take me out in the woods and give me mushrooms. And Mike's like, let's fucking do that. That sounds amazing.
So that was like, let's just do some drug use today.
Yeah. I mean, it's good content.
Right, yeah. And I was down. Like, obviously, I was down for anything in that documentary, right? Like,
Why?
In my mind, I'm like, this is my Andy Kaufman moment. Let's troll everybody. Let's show myself at the worst. Let's try to burn this shit down and start over. That was my thought process. Maybe that's EDP's thought process.
Didn't you realize that this is like your one shot, the final story into your life that the world will see? Like,
but I mean, it's not like Mike was here.
Worse?
Mike wasn't here to film a fluff piece. Like, if I wanted him to make me look good in that thing, he was just going to walk out.
You said you wouldn't even do this stuff yourself, right? You said you only did this because let's troll, let's burn it to the ground, right? It's not about a fluff piece or not. Like, you were actively hurting yourself. You were actively making yourself look like a fool.
Have you met me, Nux? Have you seen me? Look at me in the camera right now. Do I look like somebody who takes very good care of themselves?
But you also don't look like somebody that wants to take good care of yourself.
It's kind of what I do. I used to self-harm. I used to cut, for God's sakes. Look what I do with food every day.
Do you want to get better?
Yeah, but I thought this documentary might be the way to do it. There wasn't much left to sabotage, man.
Well, there was a little bit of fluff that you added.
I'm doing
for
better
the
now
documentary.
I'm doing better now post the doc with the Locale Live and everything else than I was doing pre-doc. I mean, it probably ended up helping in the end. But at the end,
I am happy to hear that. Don't get me wrong. I'm still I don't understand the headspace of, well, this isn't a fluff piece anyway. Might as well shoot myself in the balls for content.
I thought it would be funny, and I thought Charlie, for example, I did not think he was going to take that job interview as serious. Like, I'm so surprised by that.
That job interview. Okay, the reason why I took the job interview super serious is that like this was a documentary. It was never meant to be like a comedic piece. Yeah. So the reason why any of us were and the reason why I was specifically mad is I really did feel like that was a part of the video where I'm like, the guy cooked you up with an actual interview, and it was like you were out dead set to ruin it, right? And
but it even says in the documentary, it says mock interview, right? It even says that. I went back to look.
But the mock interview is supposed to be prepped for an actual interview. It's not a skit.
Well, maybe that's how I was prepping. Like in universe. Then maybe that's how I was prepping. Is this is what I might say in a job interview? Let's learn not to do it, right? But again, we went there to troll that person.
Preps by doing things that you shouldn't be doing.
I don't know, man. You're trying to make me explain crazy. I don't know how to explain crazy to you, man.
Yeah. It's well, I mean, I think it kind of goes hand in hand with stuff like Locale Live, Like, so you're doing like lolcow live. It's pretty much like you're owning the title or the term lolcow, which is a incredibly negative connotation,
of course,
right?
Yeah,
like for anybody that doesn't know what a lolcow is watching, it's somebody that pretty much is milked for entertainment on the internet, trolled relentlessly, and this whole podcast is supposed to be you. I don't know how much like Noxing, but you guys know about the lolcow live stuff, but it was supposed to be. So lolcow live was a documentary initially pitched to Boogie, Wings, and Darkside Phil. Darkside Phil obviously did not join lolcow live. He stayed away from it. But you guys are running lolcow live, and it's like that's the one thing.
I shoplifted a tremendous amount when I was a kid to just pay the bills. Right, that wasn't a smart decision either, but I did what it took to get
as
myself
a kid
out of
to
homelessness.
pay the bills, bro. What?
Yeah, like when I was when I say 19, 18, when I was homeless.
Bro, so not a kid.
Well,
you were an adult there,
Hey,
buddy.
So like an adult.
I definitely was going to do
minor attracted anymore.
Though I actually did start shoplifting when I was 16, and it's because my mother had like abandoned us and like wasn't giving me enough money to pay for everything I needed to take care of the house and my family and stuff. My dad. So like I did start shoplifting at 16, believe it or not. That's why I say kid. But to get back on topic, yeah, I the Lolcow podcast presented itself, and here's the thing: I don't really like myself. In fact, I kind of despise myself.
You don't say?
Abundant, and it's something I've worked on tremendously in therapy, and it's way better than it used to be. But everything you're touching on right now comes from a mindset of, I mean, talk to anybody who grew up with 18 years of child abuse, and they're all going to feel about the same way. I've discovered is that we all tend to think we're human garbage, and we all don't think we deserve even the minor amount of human kindness. And so I can easily walk into a situation like the Lolcow podcast and do okay in that environment, right? And so that's the environment that YouTube has presented itself. And it's not bad on my mental health. My mental health probably can't get worse, right? So I'm just gonna go ahead and make the money. I gotta get a mortgage to pay. I'm gonna pay the mortgage. If I had a way to do it differently, if somebody was like, "Hey, let's make you a superhero," and like you can fly around and pay the bills by doing that, I'd rather do that. If I could save lives, I'd rather do that. But if being the internet's whipping boy is what's going to pay the bills, that's okay. That's okay. Pays the bills.
So it's like kind of like just like come to terms with like the most worst version of like where you could be is sort of the thing.
Like at the end of the day, I'm not a very intelligent person, I think. And on top of that, I don't really have very good tools to navigate the universe. And so I'm going to screw up a lot. I have screwed up pretty consistently my whole life.
Right. And
I try really hard not to, and that's one of the hardest parts about it. I try really hard not to. So I figured when Mike Klum approached me, let's embrace the fucking up. Let's embrace all the stupid things I've ever done, admit that I'm that person, and maybe I can get better moving forward. And I think the Lolcow podcast has made me better. I think I handled this flaming star shit, this podcast alone. I think I'm handling this podcast infinitely better than I would have 6 months ago. I would not have agreed to be on a podcast with Mudahar 6 months ago. Right? I don't think I would have risked it because I don't think I would have had enough self-control to keep my foot out of my mouth.
Well, like self-control house. Like, look, I'm not like I never interact with people to make themselves looked at. It's just my always thing is like, and I believe I'm much like this is why I believe like my synergy with these two friends that I have here on the show works really well is because we're all as matter of fact as it can be, right? Like I always see Caleb when he talks about the craziest nut jobs on the internet, and I'm always in agreement with him. We're very like upfront, matter of fact, real dudes. Like I came from a place where it's like work hard and never complain about things, and maybe that's not the healthiest way to have it, but usually, with the cards that you've been dealt, like don't get me wrong, there's negative in everything, but you can. I don't know. I feel like in a lot of ways you've been given a lot of like that. The documentary, it's like I know that you want to play a character and everything, but it's like there's no reason to absolutely burn whatever remaining goodwill. Like there's nothing that came out of
the documentary. Wasn't getting
made
either way, and it probably might have been smarter for me to tell Mike no. But it did play out positively, and I dreamt of it playing out positively. I thought, this is my thought process. Number one, it was my chance to play the character and be the person the internet thinks that I am and just really dig in on it. And maybe, just maybe, it would be big enough to where people would give it a fucking rest. Like the things I've done, have I done anything like EDP? Not even fucking close. I'm not even as bad as your best Minecraft YouTuber. So at the end of the day, like, I'm an idiot, but I've not harmed other people. I mostly just harmed myself. And I felt like if we put this podcast out there, people would see it. I'll admit to it, and maybe they'll move on. And yeah, that meant leaning into what the internet believes about me more than what's real. But I was okay doing that. And who cares? Let's have fun with it.
I don't know.
Right?
In my experience with the internet, anytime a fool that people get views making fun of does something stupid, it's just going to make more people make fun of them. I don't think leaning into being an idiot. It's like if EDP just leaned into more kids, maybe people would forget he was a pedophile. Like that's the logic. That's the logic that it seems like you're kind of using.
Well, I also had Keemstar in my ear since 2019, and he's like, "Look, Boogie, you've turned heel whether you like it or not. You got to play the character. Like, either do you want to be irrelevant, or do you want to let people shit all over you? Because those are your options."
I feel like your next step logically, it's like, if this is the route you want to take, you should start doing Kick. You know, like, it almost sounds like you want to be the Kick streamer archetype. You know,
Desi has mentioned like OnlyFans is an option, and that would really piss people off. Kick, again, doing crazy shit there.
How are you going to look at her parents if you start doing OnlyFans?
It would only be cosplay. It would only be cosplay. It would be just enough. I mean, her mom was like, her mom danced back in the day, you know, like, you know, I think her mom would understand, but hopefully we'll never have to do anything like that. And I'm adamant against her ever showing her body to a stranger under any circumstance. Like, that will haunt you for the rest of your life. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. But like cosplay or whatever, we did like a Jabba the Hutt Slave Leia cosplay. That'd be funny, right? We talked about doing more outrageous stunts, but I kind of would like to give that a rest. I kind of just like enjoying being myself right now. I'm still figuring out who myself is, but like, I've tried to be entirely myself on this podcast today, and I don't know. I think it's probably not very entertaining, but it feels good to me.
You came on our podcast trying not to be entertaining. Wow, man. Wow.
I don't know. Maybe the real me is entertaining, but I think I don't know. I just wanted to talk. I'm a huge fan of you, Oompaville. I just waned to hang out with you today a little bit. I didn't even know you were going to be here, but now that once you're here,
you guys.
Yeah, come to and actually with the whole local podcast thing, I'm starting to like Mutahar more and more. I think he's learning to tolerate me, so that's good. And Oompa, please come on the local podcast. We'd love to have you there. Come make fun of me and Jordy for an hour. It'd be amazing.
Never been. Let's do it.
But it's like even that. It's like, I don't know how much okay, making fun of like anybody. It's not like what I wake up for in the day. No, trust me. I wish I didn't have like. Okay, actually, that's a lie. I love Kick.com. Like, this is where it's kind of going.
Dude, I love Kick.
Dude, it's like
crazy. Yeah,
it's like, all right. Listen, the best if you're watching this and you guys want to be a commentary YouTuber and you want to buy a Lamborghini in the next 4 months, cover Kick.com. Like, craziest money print, infinite money glitch, GTA money glitch, right? Yeah. Because Kick.com guys, dude, they are insane. Like, I really feel like you kind of, in a way, take the heat off of you, because there are out right now on Kick who are literally selling like pornography on Discord servers, allegedly, of course. You know, I don't want to
allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Very loose alleged. I don't know.
Yeah, very loose alleged.
I saw 2 drunk streamers playing with a handgun on
what the fuck?
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw the one clip where like they stuck it in the girl's mouth. I don't know if that was a real
what the fuck,
because I think Brandon Herrera, he even commented on it. He's like, the way the slide was, like, it didn't seem like it was a real gun.
I said that as well on Twitter.
Yeah, regardless if it was a real gun or not, that's like the worst thing you could do on camera, right? Like, put a gun in.
DB gun right here.
I mean, did you hear that story? Did you hear that story?
To see how much a Desert Eagle could penetrate, and they were stupid enough to do it like this. And if you ever fired a Desert Eagle, you know, that caliber, it will go through books and kill you.
No, I'm
and even
talking
if it doesn't,
about
your ribcage is...
Yeah, no, it's cosplayer. Yandere cosplayer. Oh, that's awesome. Yandere cosplayer was charged with manslaughter for shooting her friend on TikTok.
Yeah,
that's insane.
I mean, like, it's just a lot of, like, I think the social media side of things, it's like, we've gotten a long ways from, like, Francis jumping into a pool to, like, you know, let's set up candid cameras without consent and like record this for live streams.
I mean, back in the day, the internet was really harmless, right? Like, and people, I felt like most people were in on the joke, right? Like, I knew Waffle Pones was fake, right? He shoved a remote up his ass. Nobody actually does that. I knew that, like, Tourette's guy, the Psycho Dad, all that stuff, but that's not satisfying anymore. People want real blood. They want to see actual suffering. It's really fascinating where the internet's gotten to.
I feel like people always wanted to see suffering. It's just finally people started monetizing it.
Yeah.
Well, like even with the kick stuff, it's like I'm surprised like when I'm watching like stuff on a phone, like through an actual like official application. It used to be like you have to go to LiveLeak for this shit, but now we're like at the cusp of like watching near snuff media.
Bro, there's porn on every smart TV in America now. You just open up Twitch, okay?
Yeah, honest to God, we're getting to like a point. But like even with like some of these kick people, it's like I know me and you have covered like Johnny Somali. Have you seen like his update? Like he has no remorse for like the country of Japan. Like he could still legally be fogged going back, or even still is.
Yeah, dude, I hate Johnny Somali.
Yeah, I don't.
He's probably my least favorite content creator.
I don't think there's anything. You know, the most wholesome thing I've seen, and this is like as much like I have against Ice Poseidon as like crypto ways. There was like a clip where it was like Ice Poseidon's throwing plates at people, and it was just him with like the Apple Vision AR headset, just like memeing around. I'm like, that might be the most wholesome IRL shit that I've seen in a long time. You know, sea of like just people being degenerate scumbags. Like it wasn't a while ago. It was less than a year that we had like Suspenders getting his ass handed to him at every single Japanese like subway terminal. Could just be like a racist piece of shit the whole time. And I guess that's where like at least this one brand of the internet is. Like I see Trainwrecks kind of talking about it, Aiden Ross even, right? Where they're like, shit, what the did we unleash on the internet even? Like there are moments where they're even looking at what they've done. And I don't want to sound like I'm throwing Kick under the bus. Like I feel like, you know, for every bad Kick streamer I see, there's like plenty of people that just play video games and are just normal. It's just the site's TOS.
That's right. Go to kick.com/Nuxenor. Catch my premium content.
Yeah, like premium content. Yeah, it's like Nux is reacting to like snuff media on the internet.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, I don't know. The whole side of IRL live streaming is pretty wild. But you know, to see you kind of come back with like a lolcow podcast. I mean, like the reason I mentioned Kick and a lot of that stuff is like I feel like if your goal is relevancy, right? Like your goal is to be there, then I think it's just time to take away the entire Mr. Rogers Act and just be like a super villain of the internet. I think that like if the internet wants you to be a villain,
I don't feel like that's good advice. Oh god,
no.
dude.
I mean, he's not wrong. Like if I wanted to like self-implode to pay the bills, he's not wrong, right?
Bro, he's not going to take good. I've given Boogie plenty of good advice. He's not going to take it, so take my bad advice.
Yeah,
because I'll tell you right now, that'll work.
So one thing that like really bothers me, it's when people seem to always want help, but they're not willing to help themselves. And
and I'm definitely that guy.
You look like you are that guy, and it's really difficult for me. Like, obviously, you never did anything as evil as these Minecraft guys that are getting exposed 10 a day. Or
I mean, at the end of the day, it'll always come down to the most obvious advice anyone can give me, and there will always be correct to give it, which is you got to stop being a fat piece of shit. And it's something I've worked on, and nobody ever really understands that. I don't know. It's so hard to explain to people because it's so hard to explain mental illness and craziness. But I have been fighting my obesity since I was 5. And, you know, I definitely had the wrong help early on. Like my mom admitted when I was 25, she fed me wrong on purpose to make me as fat as she could make me in the hopes I wouldn't meet a woman and leave her. Right. So like, but I've been in charge of my own life for 30 years and this is what I've done with it. And sure, I lost 200 pounds and kept it off. But that's because that surgery did its job. A lot of people are like, you undid the surgery, and I kind of did. But at the same time, like, I can only eat so much in a day, and that's why I'm not 600 pounds again. It is the best advice anyone here could give me, which is get control of your eating disorder and do better. And I still don't know how to do that. It's so mind-bogglingly frustrating. Most other things I've been able to accomplish. Like I built a YouTube business, right, out of my bedroom. I once cared very, very much about that and spent a lot of time working very hard to do it. And I live streamed 7 nights a week, you know, and
I feel like you should just comment on 90s internet degeneracy. Like one of your oldest like things was like you being like a porn webmaster back in the day.
Oh yeah.
I want to just see that, Boogie. Like I want to just like at this point, I think what really hurt your career was the constant need to be accepted and to be nice. Like as somebody on the internet, I have agreed and like come to peace where it's like I will constantly get into like like I'm never gonna be 100% like lovable guy. Like it's just
And
never gonna happen.
That's
like,
specifically what the Lolcow podcast has given me. But go ahead. Yeah, go
no,
ahead.
like even recently with like investigating into this couple stuff, which I'm not gonna dig into until like the time I release this video. But even with that, it's like the amount of people that'll come up and assume different things to me. Like I've just gotten to the point where I remember hearing like she would say that Muda's supposed to be like an wholesome guy. I'm like, bro, I talk about butt plugs, the dark web, the craziest shit of the world. There is no wholesome nice guy.
I think
Mr.
you can
Rogers.
be a wholesome person, but still like butt plugs. I
would agree.
To me,
I don't think
wholesomeness.
you missed like the whole point of his entire ramble over there.
Well, but what I'm saying is like, people have projected onto Muda that he's much more wholesome than he might actually be. I think that's the point of the ramble. But the point that I'm making is to say that I think I could have worked in the for 7 years, which I did, and still be a good person. And I think at the end of the day, I am a good person. I've never really harmed other people. I've mostly harmed myself, and I suck as a person, but I'm not a harmful person, I should say.
Over the last hour, you've
that's
told
all I
us
ever
you
wanted.
sucked so many times. You have told us
Yeah,
all
I
of
suck.
Your issues,
I'm gonna keep saying that.
your
I'll never stop
financial
saying
problems.
that.
You've told us your obesity problems. You've told us literally every way you firebombed your own life.
God, I really tried not to do that.
But you did anyway.
But I
and
did, yeah.
The point, you do it every time I see you on a podcast or a talk show, you end up going there. You got to get your headspace out of there. And I'll be honest, I don't have a lot of faith.
Well, before we kind of end something like this off, I always like to and I've always said this, I wish the best in everybody, right?
I really wish you the best, man.
Except some of those degenerate kick streamers. I'm sorry, the moment you're on Discord selling alleged pornography, straight in jail with you, out the feds raid. But no, in your situation, it's like, yeah, I agree with Nux. It's like when you're on shows, it's like, or anything, it always comes down to like, oh, I myself. Like, what is like?
That's where your headspace is. Can you at least train yourself to not talk about it? Like, don't talk about how you firebombed your own life for the next week. And instead,
I will do that
give
for
you
you, and I will not do it for the rest of the podcast. So anyway, here's how the shaman ended up in my life.
Listen, man, I'm going to give you content advice right now. Follow this advice for 1 week, okay?
Yeah.
Every day, upload a reaction to a different TLC fat guy video, okay?
Yeah.
Fat guy reacts to a 300-pound life, all right? And give insight and commentary as a fat guy about that other fat guy. I could see
without degrading myself in that process.
I feel like you shouldn't have to. Yeah, because
you're commenting
changes,
on that. It's not about talking about how pathetic you are. Okay, don't bring up how pathetic you are. No. You're someone that was obese. You're gonna try to work your best to get better, and now you're gonna commentate on their lifestyle. On things that you notice that
you don't think that'll come across as extremely hypocritical?
No, what's hypocritical?
No, because
about
you're trying to make better. It's like it's like it would be one thing if like you're doing mukbangs every day. It's like one thing if you're Nico Kato doing like 30 like Popeye chicken sandwiches in like 30 minutes, and then your next video is like, dude, look at this fat. Like, yeah, then we'd be mad.
You can react to Nico Kato videos
I am going to take your advice. I'm going to film at least one video like this.
Do it for a week.
I love it when Caleb does
videos,
it, for the record.
No,
okay?
you gotta
seven
do like
videos, and over all those videos, do not degrade yourself. All of them will be, I'm going to try to get better. I'm going to try to get out of this place. All right? No degrading yourself, talking about how much you suck and messed up your own life. And you will every single day for 7 days without missing one of them. All right? I would have said a month, but I'm not... I'm not expecting.
You're not.
7 days, all right? That's an easy, attainable goal. Every day, react to a different either TLC 300-pound life or a Nikocado avocado type video or something like that where your personal life circumstances can give insight into what they are going through that perhaps your viewers would not have seen. Try to do something like that.
One of the things that I don't understand even is like the food addiction side of things. Like food for me is very much like nowadays it's like kind of like a need versus like a want.
That's Mike Klum too. Mike is exactly like that. It's fascinating to me. But go ahead.
Yeah, like for me, it's like food. Like unless I'm with friends, it's like sure I'll order like a nice steak or something. But usually I'm like, this is just what I need to get by through the day. Like I started doing the whole intermittent fasting thing, and it's not difficult to do at all because I'm just like, all right, I know what to eat, and then I fill like for me, it's like I fill up on the right amount of like nutrition I need, and then I off do the rest of my day, and then I eat, whenever the intermittent fasting is over.
In case you want to try to relate to this at all, I wake up thinking about what I'm going to eat. I think about food the entire day, and while I'm drifting off to sleep, I think about what I've eaten. I'll probably have eaten something within 10 minutes of laying my head down the pillow, and I will probably be thinking about what I'm eating the next day. I am food obsessed. It has been.
What's your favorite food? What's your last meal?
Let's start thinking about it right now.
The last thing I ate right now was
no
a beef noodle pot. And if I could have anything right now, I would kill to have a nice big piece of prime rib. Ooh, with a nice big potato. Oh, that sounds so
if
good
you
right
could
now.
put your into one food, what would it be?
Into one food and a hot apple pie.
All right.
You're literally like it's funny because
way
it's like
too quickly.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like it's not even like the one thing that had come to your head was like fast food. It's like you're like prime rib. You weren't even like quarter pounder or anything of that nature.
Oh yeah. You want to know where most of my money really went? It did not necessarily go to hookers. That was a thing that I did. But that definitely has been exaggerated by the internet, and that's fine. But the majority of my food went out to crazy good meals. I went to some crazy good meals, man. And
like, we're talking like Michelin star shit. Like you went in for the $1,000 like Wagyu in the Vegas?
No. My friend Mike, he bought me a meal like that for my birthday this year, and it'll be like that was the most expensive meal I ever had. But no, I didn't mind taking a couple of friends out and dropping $250 at even just Outback or local steak place or that kind of thing. I spent
not a lot of money.
It was when
is
you.
food cheaper in
It
Arkansas?
was when it was for me, and I spent. I mean, you got to remember, I was eating 3 to 5 times a day.
Okay, that's
I was
a lot
eating,
of money.
Yeah, 2 to 3 meals a day, and so when I would travel out to like Disneyland, I would eat everything that I wanted to try. Like, I would buy everything. So my food budget for Disneyland would be like $500. Yeah, it was terrible. It was terrible.
At Disneyland per day?
No, like not per day. But
Okay,
like
the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm like per day. I'd fly through the screen and strangle you.
I mean, you got to remember. You got to remember Disneyland. $20 for a snack at Disneyland. Like that shit ain't cheap. They get you coming and going at Disneyland. But then on top of that, man, like the sushi restaurants and one of my dumbest things is I like to treat other people, and so like I don't like to eat alone if I can help it. I'd rather be with a friend. And of course, there were women I took to these things as well, but also like mostly friends and stuff. And this is how stupid I am. Here's how stupid I am with money. Let me self-report. Let me self-report right now. Here's how stupid I am with money. I spent $50 on pizza to feed my friends Saturday night. That's how stupid I am because I wanted pizza.
Dude, he's
and I wanted
still
to share.
degrading himself. Do you understand this? Like after the whole speech, he's
just
still
saying.
going. It's unbelievable.
How is that a bad thing? Feeding your friends is good. That's not a bad thing.
Because I probably shouldn't be spending $50 now on nothing.
It's not stupid. It's good. Okay, when you're going out to you know what's stupid? It's like okay, when you get a hooker and you're still like paying for the meal. Like I don't understand why.
Well, so I do want you to understand. I was never into sex for money. Okay. That's never a thing. That happened sometimes.
No, the hooker was for money. The sex was
free. But for me, it was about companionship. And for me, it was about like having someone to hang out with. Like my thought process was, and it was a stupid thought process, but my thought process was, I want to go out to a nice dinner, and I don't want to do it alone, and I'm not emotionally available after my divorce, so I have no interest in dating. So why not take a pretty person out to dinner with me?
The LA 10s.
Arkansas hates, yeah.
Well, no, you at least did LA 10s, right?
I definitely, yeah.
Yeah, like when you were okay, that's the one that you're taking out to dinner. You're not taking the Arkansas 8s out. You can do that anytime. The LA 10s are the ones you're taking out.
Most of the time, that was more like Slim Chickens rather than like a steak place, you know? I mean, yeah.
Fair enough.
And at the end of the day, like the worst thing you can say about me about all of that is I definitely paid for a lot of people's car notes, and I definitely paid for a lot of college books and stuff like that. So, I'm in a college town. There's a lot of the people that I met were just trying to pay their way through college, and I try to console myself with that.
While he's degrading himself, like this is
new
territory.
It's like you get the hookers, and then you're like, well, at least it went to a good cause. Like it went to
at least it went to a good cause. Like in the documentary, I did get one girl to go back to nursing school, right?
You're like, I'm like Arkansas's Department of Education single-handedly subsidizing post-secondary school.
I will. Can I give some advice to every parent out there in the world? My best advice to you.
Hookers, go ahead.
Yeah, if you want your daughter to never do anything salacious,
okay,
pay your daughter's car note.
Well, you heard it, parents. You don't want them going into prostitution. Pay the card.
Because most of the women that were into that lifestyle were doing it because their parents were not able to support them anymore or were not willing to. And I met a couple that were just like, well, yeah, they gave me this expensive SUV and they didn't pay for it. Why are they not paying for it?
It's like the parents are at fault here for why they had to go down into escorting. They're the ones getting nice-ass Land Rovers, but they're not paying for those parents, dude. Pieces of shit. No.
Another message for parents. If your kids are watching Minecraft YouTubers, holy shit. Nuke their internet.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, I think the best way to end it on, it's like, look, at the end of the day, and this is a wild bar to be comparing it to, it's like, the reason why, like, you can't, I feel like I can't be, like, mad so much at Boogie anymore is, like, after seeing all the Minecraft stuff come out, it's like, bro, the amount of dudes not asking for consent, the amount of, like, crazy shit, I'm like, that is incredibly dangerous stuff. Now, I don't know what happened. Like Caleb said at the beginning, I think in the span of 10 microseconds, the entire landscape changes, like a new allegation like every few minutes.
Insane.
It's a weird place. As
Listen,
social media,
I don't think you're a bad man. I think you're a little bit pathetic sometimes, but I
agree with that.
You gotta freaking pick yourself up by the bootstraps, okay?
Yeah.
Prove me wrong and do something, man, and get better.
Yeah.
I will do that for you, Nux. And actually, Nux, I got told prior to coming on here you weren't my biggest fan.
I'm not.
And you know what, man? You've been absolutely awesome and civil to me today. And I just think that shows a great strength of character. I really appreciate it, man.
That's very nice.
Well, I mean, we're not the Lolcow podcast bringing Blade on it and shitting on him for his alcoholism.
Listen, all right. Send me a message on Discord. Someone will connect you. I will feed you, not literally, I will feed you videos and ideas to make content on to try to help your channel pick itself back up.
Hell yeah. I don't mess with Discord a lot, but you know what? Twitter.
Or Twitter. Fine. Twitter, I'll message
you
on
Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, to be fair, like this, we're gonna end up on this is gonna be a content plan, all right. And much as the difficulty you've had with like diet plans, I think a content plan you can stick with. It's literally being fed to you from Nux. That's and honestly, look, I want the best possible outcome for everybody watching, and I think like at the end of the day, like I don't want to walk away from like these things where like an entertaining episode all the time. Like entertainment is like subjective. I do like insight. I do like actually talking to people that I often can disagree with, and at least walking away with like some sort of a plan or some sort of like betterment. Look, I'm not gonna sit here and like pretend that you're the most evilest like creator that I've ever met. I've met plenty of bad people on this platform. Lots of evil people. Lots of financial scammers. Lots of files. Lots of up people, so I'm not gonna equate you to that pot, right? What I will say is like as the many disagreements as I can have, I do ultimately wish that you follow through with some sort of plan and get your life together, because I never like, and it goes to the same people, right? It's like I would say, and Caleb can probably agree with me, I've probably been a lot madder at Too Mad than I was ever mad at you, right? Caleb can probably attest to at least my
Too Mad, like again, Boogie didn't do anything
evil guy. That guy was bad, right?
Yeah.
And even then, in that situation, like I dig out the empathy. I still try to help as much as I can. So with your situation, it's like I am more obviously in the corner. I'm more available to ever help out.
Because and not to throw ignorance on your side.
Yeah. Not to throw Mutahar under the bus here, but I'm more than willing to do it. Number one, he's been willing to put his differences aside to help with this project with the Lolcow podcast. And number two, I think you've said it several times. You said it privately, you said it publicly. At the end of the day, you did that in the hopes to help me and Jordy, and I think that's pretty amazing of you. And so there might be people out there like, oh no, he's a nice guy, he's a good person.
Like I walked into the Lolcow podcast, and don't get me wrong, the first like week of it, I'm like, man, Keem, you are taking advantage of these guys. But like at the end of the day, it's like you guys own it. I feel like there's a difference. You guys are willing participants, and whatever memes come out of it, whatever you guys say about it, like it's you guys self-monetizing the internet like hate wagon that you have against you. Look, I think very few people are irredeemable. I think you can redeem yourself. At the end of the day, all I wish is like you're more honest, you're more forthcoming. And like Nux said, it's like the less depreciating you are about yourself, the better I think you'll be received by the people that follow you.
Yeah.
It's like
at first I thought Nux was going to be like, yeah, I don't want you to do it at all for a week. And I'm like, dude, I have to go on the live show with Keemstar tomorrow. That's the entire bit. Like the entire bit.
Flip the script on him.
And
every time he calls you fat, you call him bald. Okay, dude?
I know. Last episode, I screamed at the top of my lungs at Keemstar, and it felt really good. I've done that privately a few times, but I've never done it publicly. Now that I've done it publicly, maybe we'll just do that every episode. That sounds so much fun.
Do it, man. Stand up for yourself,
100%.
okay? Listen, I don't think you could change, but I want you to prove me wrong. And I'll
Dude,
try to help.
Listen. I think the best success here, the best Boogie that I want to see, and it's gonna be up for me to say it. I want 4chan Boogie. I want Boogie posting on r/poll to make a comeback. This is the wild part of the internet. No, dude. I've always said that I hated people that like just you can always feel the. I'm not saying look. I'm not saying I want like Boogie to come here and like go full like. Like full racist right now. I want like the raunchy, the guy that I know that.
See, but here's the thing: if someone's gonna be raunchy, they have to be able to take the heat. And Boogie, well, he takes a lot of heat, but he's not good at it.
Yeah, that's the whole project. The locale project is learning how to toughen myself up. Like obviously, it's helping pay the bills, which is great. But at the end of the day, I signed up to that in the hopes that I could learn to grow a fucking backbone, and it's working. And so maybe one day I can just admit to being the sexually adventurous 49-year-old man who would date a 21-year-old woman, and it doesn't give a shit, and I'll say what I think, and I feel what I think, and I don't give a fuck if you like it. And maybe I can be that person one day. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Well, hopefully you go through the content plan, you go through the diet plan, you lose some of that weight, you come back stronger than ever, and you're more you. Look, the internet loves personality. I think that's one of the reasons why, like,
that's why AI will never fully take over.
AI is never going to take over. Nux is always going to be the guy that VTubers either love or they hate. I'm always going to be the I'm always going to be the guy that's like raunchy. I hate the moniker of like goody two shoes. And trust me, I talk about butt plugs, the dark web, crazy stuff. Dude, do not let your shit kids watch me.
Look, no one in this call is a goody two shoes, except 3 of us are willing to admit that.
I'm a piece of shit and I hate the internet.
I'm a piece of shit and I also hate the internet. When did I not admit that? Dude, you guys don't remember. I grew up on old school. Like, the internet sucks now, but I remember Style Project, Rotten.com, Ogrish.com. Like, the shit that I saw at the beginning of the internet. Oh, like, holy shit.
Bro,
like,
you saw one snuff video. I'm watching streams on Kick where dudes have guns and mouths. I think the internet's
remember.
That's true.
There was one YouTuber who recently said this. I don't remember who it was. Maybe you can remind me. He said, the N-word has no power. I could say it right now with no cameras and nothing would happen.
It doesn't. Listen, it's just a word. I stand by that. Words in a vacuum mean nothing.
Say it.
They're just mouth sounds.
Say it,
if I'm alone in a room and I say the N-word to nobody and nothing,
do you do that?
It doesn't mean anything.
Do you do that?
Sure, I'll do it right now. Let me turn off all my cameras and I'll whisper it into my carpet. Who gives a shit? It's just a word.
Okay.
Using it to describe a person of color, saying it to a black person, that's the problem. The problem isn't the word.
And that's where we sign off, ladies and gentlemen. If you enjoyed today's podcast, the last 30 seconds, I'm not going to sit and co-sign. But ladies and gentlemen, this has been me.
This is what we've been saying. Platforming does not equal agreeing with all of their views. You see, I like landlords, and Boogie does not.
It's just a mouth noise. And also landlords.
All right, well, we're gonna end it off over here, ladies and gentlemen. This is me, Mudahar Nux. Mudahar Nux. And Umpaville. We're all signing out. Sorry, I'm a little brain broken after the last 30 seconds.
Schizo work.
Yeah, you guys can check us out. Umpaville, obviously, great channel. Nux Talk, great channel. Kick.com/NuxNor. YouTube.com/Some Ordinary Gamers. If you guys want to, absolutely check out some degeneracy every day. But of course, the chief degenerate in office is obviously Boogie2988. You can check him out at www.youtube.com/Boogie2988.
And don't forget that Locale podcast.
Yeah, the Locale Live podcast about the wildest show that we can imagine. But ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you all enjoyed today's episode. Hopefully you learned something. Hopefully there was some insight. And look forward to Boogie's reactions to my 600-pound life and him finally not
Boogie,
shitting on himself.
I will feed you content, okay? I will tell you what to title the videos, all right? I will even make your thumbnails if you want.
Let's do it.
You will be my guinea pig
Let's
project,
do it.
Okay?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
Oh, I do have... No, hold on. I do have a video, and Nux and Muda and Oompa, I would love it if you'd help. I do have a compilation video coming out of YouTubers making fun of me for rolling back under 4 million subscribers. And I've got like some real banger ones too. So we have to release that first, and then we can stop.
And then we can stop shooting. Okay, all right.
Listen,
that one's too good.
I'm not preventing you from doing whatever you want, but daily uploads You hear me? Daily uploads, and I'm not giving you any difficult content. Easy ass content, bro. You can
reaction
do it.
content. Yeah, it gets as easy as it can. Yeah, I love that.
All right.
Well,
bye guys.
Everyone, take care, and we're out. And he will be hustling candy.
He's in a bunker.
Yeah, he's scared. He's prepping right now for Doomsday. But that said, we've got Gokanari, who is not prepping for Doomsday. How's it going?
Yeah, no, we're already in the end times, bro. I'm not prepping, but no, yeah, it's going pretty well.
What's with the Asmongold blood wall in the back?
I was on. I was on Kick or Keep yesterday, and it got a little bit intense, as things tend to do, I guess, on Kick or Keep. And I actually won Kick or Keep. Like, I know you've been on, and it's like, dude, yeah. I don't know if you've seen this, what is it, Johnny Somali guy? I think Upaville might have made a video on him. But like, the guy who went to Japan got arrested for basically being a weirdo.
He's my favorite, dude.
Yeah, he's the best. But anyway, it was me and him in the finals, and the guy would not stop yapping the entire time, like just yelling. I was just like, man, I've got to argue against this guy. And so I went and I just took a nap, and he ended up like arguing with Destiny and the other people, whatever, at Karantos, and Destiny just kicked him, and I won. So yeah, I bled out, but like I took the dub. You know what I mean?
Let's go, dude.
Well, that's always good to have.
Yeah, bro.
Jesus Christ. No, I've been following the Johnny Somali trend, and it's like a lot. Like it kind of ties in a bit with you made a big banger video recently with like Sneeko in it. It's doing really well.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
And you know, it kind of ties into that whole community. Ever since like Kick and all these guys kind of came up, it's like, bro, people committing straight up felonies on cameras for views.
It's like, dude, like it's a renaissance of like CX community, like Ice Poseidon community, bro. There's like the whole Kick community. It's like now suddenly what Ice Poseidon was doing before there was rules, now there is like a renaissance of like, oh, we can kind of almost do anything. You know what I mean? Like even when you guys were describing, like Neon got banned for saying some really dumb shit, right? And I mean, he's back, right? Like 3 days or whatever.
You can call it dumb.
Yeah.
But yeah.
He threatened that he would.
Anyway.
Yeah, 3 days and
whatever. Dumb.
Yeah, exactly. We should give context to it too. He threatened to, what was it like? And I mean, we already said the word. Yeah,
we're gonna have to bleep some of these words.
That's good. No, this is good. You're gonna need to. Yeah, I'm glad you guys don't like optimize for algorithm. I'm glad you censor after the fact because especially
recommendations as DPS. What now? What madness is this?
Guys, it's like, and same with Rumble. It's like these guys, they don't give a about any of like algorithm or anything like that. They don't have to obey by that.
It's so rough to be a Kick streamer in 2024. Come on, man. Come on, man.
That's true. You know, actually, this might be an interesting kind of discussion to open up with, maybe to you guys. I'm not sure, but I actually am semi. I initially had a bit of a reaction where I was like, I don't like these platforms. They're attracting kids, specifically with Kick. I'm very sussed out because it's like I understand the funnel or whatever. It's like you attract kids to this degenerate shit, and then you get them to gamble. Oh, hell yeah! But the one benefit that I definitely see from these platforms is that I hope, to an extent, they'll never gain, obviously, the market share of YouTube, whatever, but I hope that they stick around because I do think that if they do get any real leverage, like over Google or YouTube will get less strict, you know what I mean? To like kind of just oust their angle, right? Because their angles, you can kind of do whatever you want. And so, yeah, I hope that basically I'm an advocate for like desensitizing YouTube a little bit, right? Because a lot of, especially obviously with like algo speak and a lot of the shit that people have to do to like, you know, conform. It's like certain buzzwords, all this shit. It again, if
I mean, like I watch a couple podcasts, and every time I go to a podcast, it's always usually just like whenever they cover sensitive subjects, or like, oh, they got SA, they got R-worded. It's like, oh, graping, and I'm like, okay, dude, I need a fucking glossary for this kind of shit. We're talking about a serious subject.
No, that's facts. Yeah, and like even with us, right? Like, I obviously like, especially Muda. I like you're in my mind like a reporter, right? Like you actually do genuine research, right? And so a lot of times, if you're reporting on like serious case or whatever, yeah, there's like topics that if you talk about, like you will be kind of stifled a little bit, right? Like there is a push to like literally, it's literal sanitization, right? Like it's not that you're doing anything wrong by covering anything. It's just that the topic itself is like, oh, that's not exciting. That's not like advertiser friendly or whatever.
Yeah, I've always described it as demonetizing the human condition. It's one of these things where Kick is just, as you mentioned, it's a response to people want more interesting stuff, and if Twitch is going to ban every single thing, I think the best example is when Just a Minx was like got drunk at a Twitch party and then fell on a table. They quickly panned the camera away so they didn't show that. It's like that's like the most interesting thing of this stream, and you don't want to show it. You're scared of that. It's like when you get that far removed where it's that like clean cut and censored, people are going to go in the opposite direction, and you don't have middle ground now. It's one way or the other. I think YouTube has kind of loosened up a little bit in more recent times, but there's always going to be a need for people that want something a little bit more edgy, because there's a reason people don't watch network television anymore. It's because it's just tiring.
True.
Right.
To be honest, YouTube, I don't see YouTube really as almost in competition with Twitch or Kick. Like, it is so much bigger, and I don't see Twitch or Kick ever actually competing with YouTube. They compete with each other, which I think is good enough, right? I think that's good for Twitch and good for Kick, right? If you want to be a degenerate male streamer, you go to Kick. If you want to be a degenerate female streamer, you go to Twitch. Like, it's perfect. You got the gender war in the modern day finally coming back to our screens, but, like, when it comes to YouTube, I don't see that helping YouTube. You just got to do nude yoga if you want to make it on the landscape today.
That's kind of facts, yeah. No, I mean, yeah, I agree with what you're saying though. Like Twitch is a dying empire. Like that's how I see it or whatever.
Yeah.
I think.
I mean, they've already had to like retreat from like big.
South Korea, right?
Countries, so they had to retreat, or they had to retreat for like business reasons, or I guess it just got too expensive for them to operate in that region.
Probably the advertising dollar was not worth enough to sustain those servers in certain regions.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, there's also with like new regulations and whatever coming in, whatever like that. A lot of the times it's also like people, when they realize that things are getting stricter or tighter or whatever, they just conform. Like they just play it extra safe. Just because they're worried about potential rules, right? Like they're not even necessarily following any specific rule. They just want to be like extra safe. Like this happens like legally too. Like when again, like in Hong Kong, like the national security bill was passed, and it's like suddenly there's like all these rules, and they're vague as right, and it's like you don't know exactly what will be enforced, what won't be enforced, so you just don't do anything. You know what I mean? You stay silent. You don't really test the line, I guess. Yeah.
And then you have Twitch, which doesn't enforce anything ever. It's like, bro, we're gonna give you a 3-day ban and free advertisement if you have sex on stream.
But dude, honestly, that's like Twitch's angle. Like
it
really,
is.
because it's their angle. It has to be like they realize, and this is something like you see it with Patreon as well. You see it to an extent with YouTube. They don't lean into it as heavily, but like, dude, not safe for work content. It's in a way harmless because it's like not opinions, you know what I mean? It's not ideas. Ideas can be harmful, right?
But porn addiction is a real thing.
It is completely. I completely agree with you. But you know what I'm saying in the sense of like a manager, right? Like they won't think like that someone like a sex worker, right, is potentially harmful or whatever. Which fair enough, right? But like obviously, if you're giving certain opinions, obviously that can be like potentially harmful. But the big thing is like with Twitch and Patreon, again, they're like a massive amount of their like revenue is from not safe for work content, you know what I mean?
So Patreon, I feel like being that Patreon's not really an algorithm, it's not like on every smart television in the country, right? Like it's something you actually actively have to look for, right? It gets advertised through Twitter or through something. Then I understand the not safe for work angle on Patreon very well. But when it comes to Twitch, where you're an 8-year-old kid. You're sitting on your couch in your living room, and you're scrolling through Disney Plus, Twitch, and Netflix. You click Twitch, and then the homepage is freaking reruns of bathtub streams with like catnet
it's like
whatever.
It's like the 24-hour Family Guy brain damage.
Dude. But I'm telling you, there's like this weird artistic meta coming out of this that's like hilarious to me. It's like
so
the most
funny.
Dude, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Like, I think it's Morgue Pie or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't. Dude, this
I
girl
love
is
her, dude.
fucking hilarious, bro. She's genuinely like innovating in this really like weird way. Obviously,
Bro, when I saw the blue screen panties, I was like,
you're
"Oh
gonna
my
lose
god!"
your mind.
Standing ovation, bro.
Someone on Twitter, someone on Twitter got
it
upset.
started with her doing like the thug shaker, whatever the from Fortnite, topless. I was just like, okay, this girl's clearly baiting, and then I see that, and I'm just like, yeah, she's a genius. Like, she's the next Amaranth.
So the funniest thing in the world to me was when Charlie made a video on calling out like how Morgpie was innovating in the field. Then you had a different Twitch streamer going on Twitter to start and complaining about how I was the innovator. It was my idea. She stole from me. I had the green screen underwear first.
We literally had this discussion. It's like, in the grand scheme of things, like I'd probably end up hiring one of these girls as like a lawyer. No joke.
They're geniuses.
Because I'm like, dude, it's like if anybody understands how to with the system, it's probably
that's a great point. Honestly, yeah.
Like,
I'm telling you, man, they're like really interesting because it's like they're evolving. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's an arms race.
They're changing the game.
Like, you could get more naked on stream with getting away with it.
I mean, but that's like kind of the whole Twitch thing in general too. It's like it is just like a big arm. Like one thing that I was watching this video. I forget who it was made by, but they made an interesting point. It's like on YouTube, right? Like we're not in a direct competition with each other. You know, like if I upload a video, you can upload a video. All four of us. If I make one banger video, right? Like if I make if I make the Keffels video next month, right? Like not if I do. But I make that, it goes well. You guys can piggyback off of it. You guys can work off, build off. We're not in direct competition, right?
No, I agree. It's like mutually beneficial. It like creates an ecosystem. Yeah.
Like if we all drop a video at the same exact time, none of our views will actually take a hit. However, if there are two big streamers streaming on Twitch at the same time, they both take a noticeable dip.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like Gokunar, you made a video with Sneeko, but like your video, I watched Oompa's stuff first.
Okay. Yeah,
then I went to your stuff, but it all fed back. It's like he got the viewership, you got the viewership, you got two interesting perspectives.
Exactly. I am extremely grateful to Oompa and to you guys too. You guys are, you're putting me on to an extent. You know what I mean? Like, in a way, like the commentary community is kind of shattered. It's like very like discombobulated nowadays. But yeah, no, it's like Oompa covers my video and like massive like benefit to me. But if you were to look at like the numbers, it's like Oompa's video got more views than my video within like 24 hours. You know what I mean? So like on paper, it would be easy to be like, what the man, what the hell? But I do not. But I don't view it that way, right? Because it's like this is excellent. This is awesome. My ideas are spreading, but like beyond that, it's like awareness, all this stuff. Especially the big one I see is like React content, right? Like I feel like if you are. And I understand why people are like sketched out by like XQC or people who like shamelessly react, but in my mind, I'm like totally fine. Anybody can react to any of my content, completely re-upload it without reacting. I don't care. And it's like to me, I have such confidence in the content that like as long as eyes are on it, I view it as a dub. You know.
I think this is like kind of a point of the YouTube algorithm that a lot of people never pay attention to because it's a lot harder to achieve. Click on it here, you're getting views and subscribers from it. YouTube sees those videos that are actually driving traffic to the platform itself, and it's not just people that are watching one video after the next, but it's actively bringing people onto the site and engaging them. They promote that crap like crazy. Like if it has a viral nature to it, it's just very hard to pull that off. It takes a lot of work.
Dude, it's super hard. I don't know how much you guys think about this type of shit, but like for me, obviously I put a lot of eggs into the basket of that Sneeko video. It was a like very stupid, very actually like almost objectively very stupid endeavor. Sneeko videos weren't even like really relevant anymore. Whatever, I kind of missed the window. Whatever, but I realized basically if I'm gonna promote this, it needs to be through my peers, you know what I mean, like my boys, like you guys. And so I basically like tried my hardest to make it kind of a spectacle, you know what I mean? I don't know if Muda or Nux, you guys are like aware. Yeah, okay.
I saw it. I saw the whole.
The production quality is.
I saw you baiting Sneeko into opening it on stream, and the guy was brain dead enough to not realize it was a hit piece until he was like 5 minutes in.
He was 15 minutes in. It was crazy.
It was wild. And he's watching it like, is he a fan? Is he a fan? And he's like, Sneeko has no father and is looking for a father. He's like, I have a daddy. I do. I do.
You know why that's the case? I'll just give a quick rundown just for viewers, I guess. I basically, to launch my Sneeko video, before it was public, before anything, I kind of infiltrated Sneeko's Discord community, whatever, and I basically created a character for myself called Gulag Prisoner Charlie. Okay, and this is how much I had fallen off. This is what you need to understand. Okay, I'm like really coming from kind of the ashes or whatever in a sense. Like I was literally showing my face in Sneeko's Discord as like this character, and nobody even referenced like Gokunar or whatever. I was just like completely incognito, even though I was like fully seen. Anyway, and then I ended up hosting a demonic game show for Sneeko. And the reason that I did a demonic game show is because this guy constantly since he converted, right? But really the last few months, he's been leaning into this angle of like, I am, pious or whatever, and there's like demons in the world, right? There's demons trying to, infect your mind or whatever.
You can just say the Jews, bro.
Yeah.
Like, we know what he's saying.
Dude, literally though, that is his angle. I wasn't sure, how explicit I could get here.
No,
but
it is wild how like even on your game show, when you asked him like in your demonic game show, you'll ask him who controls the evil of what is the evil in this world, and he's like Zionism. Like,
yes. And Zionism is actually a step up from what he was originally saying. Like he originally started out being a total idiot and literally just saying the Jews. Now of course he uses Zionism
that's
because
true, right? He says
there's more legitimacy there. Yeah, exactly. No, you're right. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like these guys, they don't criticize, right, or whatever. They don't okay, they do. Sorry, but they don't like say like, oh, the incentive structures that equals monetizing people's body parts, whatever. They just say, do you know who owns Pornhub? A fucking Jew.
The rabbi.
The fucking rabbis, dude. And it's like, okay, is your problem with the incentive structures that are like promoting porn, or is it the Jews? You know what I mean? And the answer is obviously, at the end of the day, the Jews, because they're pretty much like it's all largely a cope. But yeah, so that was like my angle. I wanted to, because he's talking about him being holier than thou, whatever. I wanted to see, just curiosity, if he would step into a scenario that is obviously demonic, right? I'm again, just to kind of visualize it for the audience, it's like I am tied up in a red room, right? Which Mudahar, I used to watch, by the way. You're in deeper dark web
browsing,
dude. I'm kind of an OG, honestly. I was especially during the Etika age. I was big into that.
I wish I was doing it every Sunday, but like nowadays, like I probably will do like follow up on the dark web stuff, but now it's all just like the most illegal. Like it's just links to like. It was great back then.
No, I know. Yeah, it was exciting. Now, like YouTube does clamp down on that shit. Like when you're live streaming.
I wouldn't even mind if YouTube clamps down. They were clamping down for like months when I was covering it, but it was just like now every site I go to, it's like, oh, that's illegal. That's illegal. I can't show that.
Yeah, no, exactly. But like that was really like innovative content though, because bro, like I think at the time I was probably like, geez, like 17 or 18, and it's like, dude, this is so exciting. You know what I mean? It's like, dude,
you're on like the illegal part.
Yeah, it's like, dude, this is like Mr. Robot. You know what I mean? But that's the experience that I wanted to foster for Sneeko, because it's like tempting. It's like seductive. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, I talk about demonic shit, and now there's like a red room here. But the big thing is like, I wanted to make it obvious to this guy, like, if you participating in this game show is gonna result in someone getting hurt, right? And so, as he's like answering the questions, and like it's funny because I insert little questions, like, can you name 3 Roman emperors? And he can't. He just like
he's
he
like,
can't.
Augustus, 2 other guys.
Yeah, it's like I think he says Julius Caesar and Brute. He says Brute, but he means Brutus. But like Brutus is the guy who stabbed Caesar. And it's funny but the reason that I ask that question is just because this guy, since he gets so many secondhand opinions and he just spews them out like they're fact, the guy's saying like, the Roman Empire fell because of like the gays, and it's like, okay, so let's see how much he knows about the Roman. Oh, it's not. Oh, nothing. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. You know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah, no, but the big thing though was I wanted every step of the way, I wanted him to be consenting, right? Like it was his choice to join the fucking call. It was his choice to continue with the line of questioning, even though I was getting hurt, right? Like again, he doesn't know who organized this. He doesn't know what's going on. It's clearly kind of demonic. I'm even asking about like Adam and Eve and the devil, right? And at the end of the thing, I was nervous because the big final question was like, will you open the briefcase? Okay. And there was a lot of build up. We were trying to position it as like a Pandora's box situation, right? A very obvious Pandora's box situation. And I was nervous that he would actually have a moment of reflection and be like, damn, am I going to open this briefcase? Immediately.
Yeah, he did not hesitate.
No doubts, nothing, zero even flinching in his mind. And it's like, this guy, yeah, he's totally lost in the sauce. He's a complete
idiot,
stooge,
moron,
idiot, whatever you would say. But like at the end of the day, his principles don't hold up when content is presented, right? Like this shit, it was to an extent demonic, right? And he received his reward, and it was the video, right? So I knew that Sneako wasn't reacting. He was like protecting his frame, right? This is like these masculine guys. They always want to protect their fucking frame, which means just hide from criticism. But like, I basically knew like these guys, they kind of don't react to negative content anymore. Ever since Willie Mack's video, especially, right? Obviously with Charlie, he kind of had to respond, but Willie Mack, he's another sharpshooter. Like, we got a few sharpshooters in the community. Definitely Mudahar, you're a sharpshooter.
Dude, Willie Mack, I'm working with him on the Keffel stuff, bro. Insane the amount of research that he'll go to. Like, he can dig out a clip from the fucking ether, dude.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Me and Willie, I can tell we're like of a similar mindset and ilk because like I heard that Willie went into Keffel's Patreon. I was watching your guys' podcast. And that's,
bro, we were there live, and I was in his account, and then like we're trying to like get the Patreon stuff. Literally, as it's live, I'm like, Willie, you won't believe this. Dude, I'm looking at an account, man.
Dude, it's awesome. But the thing is that he realizes, like, with most people, this is a normal thing, right? But like, if you actually want to understand someone, understand their mindset, understand what they're promoting, especially like their end goal, whatever. Yeah, like if you infiltrate their community to an extent, you'll get like a pretty honest, reflection of what they're about, right? So like, yeah, I kind of joined Sneako's community, and I was just trying to understand like what's the mindset of someone who would watch Sneako, right? And my angle was like, I'm gonna try to make a video that Sneako's audience would want to watch, which is probably difficult. It is in my mind difficult, and so yeah, it needs to be kind of ADHD edited. It needs to be a little bit spicy, you know what I mean? It needs to be like very stylistic, because obviously he does have a lot of like fans from back from like his old content.
No, you did.
And so yeah, at the end of the day though,
you killed it though. Such a great video.
But thank you, bro. I appreciate that. But Nux, you probably registered when you were watching Sneako react, right? Like, his audience was glazing the video. It's just the most insane thing.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is that I realized, and this is why he reacted for 15 minutes and then realized I wasn't a fan, is because his audience does dog on him a lot. Like, they do mock him a lot, you know what I mean?
Sure, but also I think they like, he has that whole posturing thing. Like, if he gets destroyed and he just fights back, that's perfect content for them, because they view Sneako as a fighter, because every single one of his streams he'll be talking about how, oh yeah, well, you're a pasty white guy with long hair, you can't fight, I'll fight you in the street. And then the guy's like, okay, I'll fight you, and then Sneako's like ignores him because
it's actually insane how easy it is to piss him off on the stupidest shit in the world too, because his whole idea is like this very binary view of the world. It's like you're either rich or you're poor, or you're like, Chad or a fucking
one of my favorite.
So like, when
that's true,
when he meets up with like Charlie, right, and Charlie's like a fucking built guy, like Charlie could take him in a fight, he's like, well, I can't go up against him. When it comes to money, Sneako never talks about it with me. I'm like, I do business just as much as you do, so it's like, okay, you shut up right there. It's like so easy to quiet them down.
It's easy to quiet him down for another reason. Like, he puts himself forward as like an intellectual titan, like a man with ideas and passions and kind of perspective, and he really doesn't have any. And I think he knows that, and I think he's really insecure about it. The same thing with money. Guy has no money. Okay, like no one will say that because no one knows what their bank account is. But he has no YouTube channel. He makes absolutely nothing on Rumble. Okay, he spends a lot of money just to keep up this facade that he's a rich guy. Guy's, in my opinion, he's probably broke. Listen, he hates the Jews enough to not invest. So like, I'm just saying, he's probably sitting on nothing.
Broke. So like, why do you think he has no money whatsoever? What is he spending it on? Like, if he actually bought the place, does he own the place he's living in?
No, he's renting. But
but I think he spends everything
dude, that's such a
for the flex. He needs to keep up that appearance that he is the super rich, successful guy. With the cool cars, with the events, with the parties, with the front row tickets to shit. Like, he has to He has to keep that up, that facade, because the facade is all he is right now.
But that facade like doesn't even correlate well with the Muslim grip
Which
that
is
he's doing
hilarious.
because it's like
Yeah. I mean, he like lately he has been taking the Muslim thing more seriously, but there was absolutely a point where it was a total like completely borderline cynical grift or whatever you'd say. But yeah, no, I mean I don't angle at necessarily dogging on the fact that like he's broke or whatever, because I do think like let's be clear, he has more money than me, whatever the he's doing. But like I think it's more interesting like because the big thing that I did, right, like I don't know, people might be listening and think, because the video is an hour and 50 minutes, which seems so excessive, like that's what people's initial reaction is. It's like, bro, on
that was
Sneeko,
movie night. What are you talking about?
dude, I'm glad that people think that.
The long videos are good, dude. Long videos are the best, especially when you're covering like you gotta like immediately like I always like one thing that I've always discussed with people when covering videos like on anybody, it's like, dude, why don't you shorten down like this crypto analysis by like an hour and 20 minutes? I'm like, no, trust me, I'm digging deep into it, okay? Like, and this is not meant for the TikTok brain, all right? I'm gonna go through every single aspect just so when this asshole responds, there's gonna be just like everything putting him down. No, long videos are great.
No, that's facts. But my thing was, again, I was trying to angle for his audience, right? And they're ADHD-ified to shit. That's why he's like literally like, again, you watch him during the game show, and he's like constantly, this was why I knew I could pull it off, was because he'll do what his audience wants, because they're like short attention span. This is a big thing, by the way, with streaming. Like, it's so fascinating to see, but like people who are not aware of this, their brains get shaped by their chat. You know what I mean? Like the chat, people think like influencers are influencing.
Oh, so my brain is empty.
But in reality, it's super cyclical. You know what I mean? And Sneeko's like,
there's like audience capture.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Audience capture. You see it, by the way, with Leafy as well, which I take aim at, in the video, because, and to an extent, I am sympathetic to Leafy, because I do think he has like some kind of a drug dependency potentially fueling what he was doing. But like him in the anti-gay arc, for those who aren't aware, literally just nonstop, like not funny, just like it's completely
just homo bashing.
Yeah, just like bashing gays or whatever, and it was like totally just for attention. Like in my mind, it seemed obvious it was for attention, but like. The reason for that is, Leafy does get banned on YouTube, and, I'm not a supporter of that at all. At the time, I wasn't, at least. And so, but when he goes to these alternate platforms, like, what do you think chat's going to be saying on Rumble, right? Like, they're going to be encouraging him to go as deep down the abyss as he possibly can, right? Like, and you see that in the video as well. It's like there's a point where Leafy is calling for the death of trans people, right? Like, that's what he's saying. And then Sneeko is pushing back on him like, bro, like, this is not what you should be saying. Like, what are you doing? And the chat's calling Sneeko soy, like, fucking the Jews got him. It's incredible.
Yeah, literally. Like, the check cleared from your Goyim mask.
Sneeko and Leafy are completely different beasts in my mind.
Yeah.
I think Leafy actually doesn't give a shit about anything. Like, he actually doesn't
absolutely
care. So when he'll say things that are just completely extreme, it's not like it stands out, because it's not like it goes against his morals, because he doesn't have any. He doesn't claim to have any. Sneeko does claim to have some. So for him, it's always difficult, I think, and he has that battle.
Yeah, I believe you were saying facts, Nux, where it's like he doesn't have ideas, he has opinions, and they're like super lazy, shitty opinions, and like that is, again, like this is why this video took me so damn long, because I really wanted to like show where his ideas, opinions were coming from. And it's like he collects all of his ideas on stream from like the random more masculine dudes around him. You know what I mean? It's so fascinating. It's truly fascinating, because it's like almost every single big platform idea, it contradicts his prior principles or whatever, but it's also literally regurgitation. Like, it's not any kind of a deep level of understanding.
He doesn't think through any of the things he actually says. He just says them because someone else said them.
I think that's a pretty let's say that's an ongoing theme on the internet, because I'm working on a big video about Ian Miles Chong, the infamous Twitter user.
He's not dead, right?
No,
Bro,
he's
you
still alive. So
too?
that's the interesting thing is that you
Alright.
watch him like before Gamergate happened over a decade ago. He was like pro feminism, like anti, like these no good
bro,
gamers.
he's a Reddit mod. He's an actual
Yeah,
full-on Reddit mod, dude.
I think he like started Game Ranks, maybe, possibly. He was like one of the co-founders of it, which is still like a big YouTube
serious?
channel. There's
I did
theories.
not know
No one
that.
could prove it for certain. He used to work there in the early days. Some people, I've heard rumblings that like he's still an owner or he was at some point,
Game
although
Ranks
I can't prove it.
like they've killed it. Like that's incredible.
Well, Ian Miles. So here's the thing. Ian Miles Chung was like, screw these like gamers in the early days of
Soy
Gamergate.
boys.
And then the second he saw the tides turning, it's like I'm a reformed leftist. I realize that the game industry is corrupt, and then just went on that side, and they all let him in. And then at some point, he like fought back. And then when Trump came into power, he became a Trump supporter. And then, when Elon Musk joined, and then like when Trump became president, he also started posing as if he was an American. Although he's like living in I forget which country.
Malaysia, right?
Malaysia. Yeah. So he's living in Malaysia. He's like Chinese, and he's like sitting there like saying like, "Oh, I'm voting for Trump," things like that, alluding to the fact like he's an American. And then when Elon Musk takes power of Twitter, he just starts responding to every single Elon Musk tweet. We love you, Elon. Screw the haters. You're the best person ever. And then like Elon Musk starts retweeting him all the time just because he like said took his side on everything. Yeah, and you just saw him over and over
he's
again.
like his ball washer.
Yeah, jumping. But then, like, he started trashing Palestine and supporting Israel. But then he lives in Malaysia, where I guess it's actually illegal to, say that Israel is a state, is an actual valid country. So he ended up getting like caught up in the press there, where they start calling him out. They discovered him over in Malaysia because he's not really known there. Yeah, and he got arrested. But then he probably gone there, and then he was like, "Oh yeah, screw the Israelis. I'm all for Palestine." Then he
this
his
guy's
way out of that
amazing.
issue.
That's wild.
So we compiled like every single era of this guy over the past 15 years of just the bouncing back and forth, starting a website to sell Donald Trump memorabilia, back, forth.
Does he have fans?
And
do people like him?
he doesn't have hardcore fans, but it's just whoever is in the Twitter, Facebook sphere of like a certain thing, they stumble upon this guy and he's just reaffirming whatever they're saying at that moment in time. They're not like looking into his back catalog of content. They're just seeing what he's saying right now. They agree with it, and then he's able to kind of capitalize on just like a very active fan base until that teeters out, and then he'll jump to some new shit. He's just done that over the past 15 years.
He's incredible.
I mean, he's like the perfect definition. It's like when people use the term grifter. I remember like a year ago, Caleb was like, define grifter to me. And I'm like, man, Ian Miles Chong should be like, he's literally the fucking photograph on the term grifter. Like,
he's
no joke.
He's unashamed of it too. Like a lot of these people, I think they actually do believe some of the stuff. I don't think Ian Miles Chong believes a single thing he says. I don't think he cares. I think all he cares about is getting attention and money for himself. Right. And he's been very successful at it.
How does he make money? What does he do?
Twitter, dude. You see how crazy he makes?
He makes money on Twitter.
$10K a month or something.
So this is his current.
Oh, yeah,
do you remember when Elon Musk started paying people to tweet?
Yeah.
So he started this limited program to show that Twitter is a great platform, and just enabled monetization on a bunch of random accounts, and then just started paying them like a bunch of money to make it seem like Twitter was like this great platform, and you too could one day become a partner and be making six figures just off tweeting.
And
so
worked,
he was
right?
one of them.
He was
one of them. Yeah, they're giving him like he's making a 6-figure salary just off tweeting this stuff right now.
Really? What the fuck?
Damn.
I know me and Donut tweeted about it. We're like, bro, I don't know how Ian is making that money. We're getting like, and we pull good impressions, and we're like, all right, $200, sweet.
Yeah.
Which is not bad. Like, I don't mind. Like, anytime Twitter pays me, I'm usually out of the bar with the boys. So it's like, oh, sweet. They paid for beer money. Cool.
Dude, that's awesome.
They paid for my Disney Plus subscription.
That reminds me of Tim Pool selling in slop buckets for the end of the world or whatever. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
No.
Slop buckets?
Yeah,
no,
he was selling doomsday
what?
food buckets. So you buy like food buckets of like food that'll last like fucking like 10 years or whatever.
Like you get at Costco like the 360-day supply in frozen
and so
food.
like your grandma or your father was like watching Tim Pool, and Tim Pool is always saying like, this country's going to shit. It's going to shit. It's going crazy. And it's like, we're going to, the leftists are going crazy and all this shit. And it's like, he's kind of selling like shit's falling apart. You know what I mean? Obviously during BLM, he was like saying like you gotta buy guns. You know what I mean? All this
he
shit.
took that out of the Alex Jones playbook. Alex Jones was
Smart.
for you're selling the supplements and then the supply kits for when Obama like tries to put you in a camp, so you could like live off the grid.
That's hilarious. Though. That's the thing. That's funny as. That's one thing you got to give Alex Jones. Like, I do give like respect points to being funny.
I think all of this is funny. Every single person we've talked about so far, they maybe cause a net negative to society in a lot of ways, but at the same time, it's entertaining in the process.
I think it just filters out people. It's like when the whole iDub stuff was happening. It's like, iDub's old content really harmed a lot of minorities. Now, I'm just gonna say it like this: like as a minority speaking, if iDubs was the reason that like you had Nazi belief, you're probably a racist piece of shit to begin with, right? Like I watched the same videos, and I laughed at everything, and I'm like, I never had a bad, but it's like growing up watching South Park, right? Like it's like most people will probably sit there and say it's not serious. It's like 4chan stuff, it's like 90% of the board is usually just people who are like, oh okay, he's just around, and then there's maybe the small percent of it who is just like somebody who actually takes it seriously, and it's like, oh yeah, this guy's just like me, fucking white power, crazy shit. It's like you have to, I don't know. Well, I feel like if you let these people can manipulate you, you're already a shitty person to begin with, and that's
There's like an old adage back in the 4chan days when it was a booming website that most of the 4chaners were just smart people pretending to be stupid. It was like a meme, but then eventually it expanded on like stupid people thinking they were in good company and moving there, and it kind of shifted from the original demographic to just straight up incels and racists and Nazis. Whereas the early 4chaners, I think most of them were just, I'm blowing off steam after work and going on this website and like messing with some polls on the internet to name the new Mountain Dew flavor. Hitler did nothing wrong.
Yeah. iDubbbz is fascinating. That you like, I have definitely like tried to kind of understand, like, because iDubbbz, dude, like, how crazy is it to make commentary videos and get like 27 million views? You know what I mean? It is incredible, like what he achieved. Like I have kind of an integral respect to iDubbbz just because it's like, how did you pull that off? And especially, man, some of them were insane. It was like, how did iDubbbz get like 15 million views for like saying the N-word to an 18-year-old girl, and there was almost no pushback. It was like incredible, influence. He did have an influence. It wasn't, I don't think, as deep as you like. Obviously, like you're saying, it wasn't that deep, but it is interesting. Like, why did he stop? Right? Like in my mind, it's like, why did iDubbbz stop? Because it was all going well.
People will claim Yoko Ono is the cause of it. I'm not going to go into that conspiracy too much, but I mean, there are leaked tweets from Ian's wife where she wasn't happy with what she was doing, and Ian clearly had regrets, and they got into a crowd of like that poggers community on Twitch where those people are like very high strung about that sort of stuff, where they kind of had to reform their ways to like be accepted into that niche of the internet. So instead of just kind of stopping the content creation of that sort of stuff and saying, hey, like I kind of regret some of the stuff I said, but I'm moving on, like most people did from that era, he just kind of like was just in a self-pity spiral for years.
So, to be honest, I think one of the major things for iDubbbz, he was super duper successful, right? So to answer what you were saying, Gokunar, earlier, I think the reason why he was so successful is because he was incredibly entertaining. Like this man's videos were funny as like they were. I never heard of what's his name, Rice Gum, before I watched the iDubbbz video, and I absolutely loved that video. Because it was just a really, really well made, well done video that was just hilarious. Honestly, I think you are like kind of a new age iDubbbz a little bit. That you put that entertainment factor into your videos. That like you care that the video is funny. It's not just about getting the information across. You're making a piece of content that people would enjoy for the content's sake. That was the first thing. Okay,
Thank you, bro.
For it. Take it away.
That's a big ass compliment. Thank you. And I know what you're saying, and that's facts. And this is what Willie Maxshow definitely understands. Like at the end of the day, it is entertainment, right? 100%. Like aesthetics are more important than facts and logic a lot of the time, especially when it comes to drama, right? Because it's like at the end of the day, it is kind of fodder. But I do think that to an extent, like iDubbbz, I agree, self-pity to an extent, kind of overly contrite, like whatever you would say. But there definitely was... self-hating to an extent, but there was definitely, and maybe imposter syndrome too, because he did like 17 million views on commentary videos. It's just insane.
But the thing is, he switched to he made that edgy content, then he switched over to the documentaries. The documentaries were doing great for him.
Like each one had less views than the previous one, and then Sam Hyde's one specifically, which he didn't upload, and then he got hate for, and then he did upload, and then he got even more hate for it. Like the documentary route didn't really satiate his
here's
audience.
The thing is, he didn't see it through all the way, and he wasn't making them quick enough.
True.
If like he was doing like one a year, maybe one every 6 months.
How many content cops did he do? He also did like one a year.
At the end, he was doing that, but it's just, but still, he switching over to that, and he was getting 6 million views on each one of those documentaries. Compared to now, he's getting like 200,000 views, which is like still a decent like mid-sized YouTube channel by all means. But it's not the same. I mean, I recently went up and filmed a documentary with Airsoft Fatty, and my concept for it was like, hey, it's been like 5 years since Full Force came out. Like, why isn't there an update to this? And I was talking to Airsoft Fatty in person. He's like, yeah, man, we reached out to iDubbbz to do something, and he didn't want to. He had wanted nothing to do with us.
He's afraid. He's afraid of another. What's his name?
I went back.
I think it's just a matter of like what happened to him is he has to launder his image to the point of hanging out with this new community.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of the things where like I like having Gokanaru and like a lot of the guests on our show, right? Like I always feel like when I bring you guys on, my connection to that Twitch poggers community, so to speak,
gets worse.
It gets worse and worse. At this point, it doesn't exist, and I don't give a fuck about it.
Yeah.
Like, we're in a community where, like, I've never interacted with them in a content manner. So I've always interacted with you guys in a content manner. So I'm just going to stick to where roots are.
Yeah.
And where I think, like at this point, I don't think the Twitch community really produces anything. Because all the time I go over there and anything of substance is usually watching a video from somebody in the call. So I'm always just going to stick around with this community quality. I think for Ian, it was like laundering his image to fit with the community that would never accept him. Because we talk about his use of the N-word. We talk about like up stuff. I want to just like say, the one content cop I remember of him using the N-word was the Tana Monjo one, right? Yeah. And he only used it because Tana was like very free with that word, and then she was trying to launder herself. So it was like very much, if you understood within the context of the things, right? There's a big difference between somebody being a fucking objective racist shithole and somebody like, being iDubbbz. It's like watching the N-word episode from South Park, which is like one of the most
insane. It's a great episode.
Beloved
great
episodes. Nobody's gonna
people who annoy you.
Parker neo-Nazi. I mean, he said the N-word like how many times? No, like the whole point of that episode, if you understood the whole context of it, was about talking about how they very much had to spell it out with Stan and Token at the end, right? Where like Stan was like, I get it, I'm not supposed to get it, I'm not in this situation, I don't understand the history. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff when Ian was talking about with that word or using any of these slurs. You have to look at the greater context as to the greater message that he was saying in that entire thing, which is calling out the hypocrisy of whatever the target was.
And the irony is, if you remember, Ian ended up on H3's podcast, and H3, Ethan started saying it like a lot, and like Ian would refuse to say it. He would not say it.
He'd be like,
podcast.
I don't know.
I was like,
I think at that point, Ian realized, like, you could go back and say, hey, like, that's the thing. Ian could have at any point said, listen, I regret saying the N-word. I shouldn't have said that. I changed my opinion on that and just move on. And it would have been fine. It's just the over and over apology, hating on your old fans because calling them racist and Nazis and like Filthy Frank, Max Mofo, those people are in the same crowd. They've never done this self-pity campaign, and their careers are fine, if not much better than iDubbbz, actually.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say is just because I know this like very intimately, because I actually like genuinely was trying to figure out, because like Nux, again, you were saying I'm kind of in a similar, like I'm inspired by iDubbbz, and that's facts. And I was trying to understand just like the psychology, because it is psychically very interesting, and some of you guys might know, very interesting to like make a video dedicated to shitting on someone. Sometimes like there's a lot of emotion involved in it, whatever, but like with iDubbbz, there was consistent like what you're referencing when iDubbbz went on that H3 podcast episode and Ethan was like super liberally dropping slurs, that was when iDubbbz was still saying the M-word in videos, right? That was like in his prime, right? But the reason that he was like not cool with it was because it was not like a proper or like a clever context. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
like
100%.
and even this is like not that well known, but like I'm a big fan. Like my core inspiration. This is again another reason why me and Willie are like bound by blood to an extent. Like Max Mofo, Filthy Frank, iDubbbz. That's like a insane trio of inspiration for me. But Chad, anything for views, like other co-host of Cold Ones with Max Mofo, he got banned from Twitch for pretty brutal.
It was on the RV trip, yeah.
Yeah, pretty brutal clip where basically he's just like saying the M-word in front of a black woman, and iDubbbz, like this is a behind the scenes thing that I've just been aware of because I like listen to these guys a lot, but sorry, like they said this on a podcast that this was a behind the scene thing. Anyway, and they basically said like when that happened, iDubbbz reached out to Anything for Views and was like, bro, what the are you doing? Like this is not cool, you know what I mean? So he always has had principles around it. He wasn't ever just like thoughtless. That's the big thing with iDubbbz. Like he wasn't thoughtless. But yeah, I think that honestly he got spooked by the influence because, again, we don't have that much influence, but we do have influence, right? Like, to an extent, right? Like if you watch someone, if they're selling you an idea, again, with like Tim Pool, like what makes someone buy a fucking slop bucket? It's like, yeah, you're getting to them a little bit. You know what I mean? You're marketing, selling something to them. And I think he realized like, man, I don't have that much life experience, like in a real way. Like he actually kind of was, not that experienced of a guy, whatever. And he just like started to doubt himself basically once he, got socialized into these circles where, bro, this is like, I call this shit PMC circles, which means like professional managerial class, which basically means these are people who they're optimizing for like as if you're in a business setting where it's like you need to have HR and all this shit, you know what I mean? Like you need to be extremely politically correct to the point of not even discussing real fucking issues because it's like that's like gonna trigger someone, or it's like a fucking your safe space gonna get invaded or whatever. And I'm like, again, Muda, dude, you're like music to my ears when I hear you say like I don't even want to be socialized with these people, because it's true. These people, they are managerially minded, okay? Like if they think you're like a brand risk, or you're like you're covered in red paint, if you're covered in red paint, right? This is like a tactic when I was in Hong Kong. It's like the protesters would get covered in blue paint, okay? And like they would just mass spray blue paint on the fucking crowd. And the reason for that is to identify them after the fact, right? And so if you get caught in some drama where you're like supporting some dude who said the M word or whatever, you know what I mean? Again, this kind of when Critical made his kind of little rebuttal to iDubbbz, that I could tell was him consciously being like, I don't want to conform to the basically like this kind of this mindset of like everything needs to be completely sanitized or whatever.
I absolutely love that Charlie video on the iDubbbz thing.
It's his most controversial, and it's rare for him to to really like make any kind of like divisive statement. I would think, right?
I didn't necessarily agree with everything he said, but like by the fact that he made a video like that was so obviously against the grain of what's considered okay by the general broad like Twitch community or whatever, like it goes to show that his opinions are actually genuine. Like he actually will say what he thinks instead of just parrot the popular voice, which I thought was really, really nice to see, to be honest.
That's facts.
But as far as the iDubbbz thing, I think another thing that really led to his downfall, sort of, now without getting into too many conspiracies, he used to be living in a gutter, making one video a year, catching squirrels the rest of the time, like zero social life, right? That was really the impression that he gave. I distinctly remember
Anissa was his first girlfriend.
Yeah, I know. Distinctly talking about it on the Baited podcast. He said, I hate whenever iDubbbz gets into beef with somebody. Obviously, he said this because he got a content comp made on him, so he had a chip on his shoulder. That's my boy Keen for you. But, like, I hate that everyone goes up against iDubbbz because it's not fair. iDubbbz has so much to work with because that guy made so much content. iDubbbz doesn't make any content. He's just sitting at the squirrels. Oh, and the squirrel is caught in the tree. He had, like, this whole weird ramble. Like how upset he was because what are you going to call him out for? He only exists for his crazy in-character videos. And once he became completely like, well, he wanted to do more collaborations. He wanted to actually get more involved with the community. He ended up having a girlfriend that was a Twitch streamer and getting more involved with the community that way. Like that mystique and facade kind of melted away. Like he couldn't always be a character.
The interesting thing I noticed when I went to Creator Clash 2 is that he was running that, and they lost money on it. And they're like, how do we lose money on this? And then it's like they rented out an entire hotel. They were letting everyone stay there for free. They were providing meals and booze for all these people. A lot of them weren't even part of the event. They were just YouTubers that they invited. It's just basically like an entire community using them and like showing up to their event. Everything's on the tab. They're running this event to just like basically buy the friendship of this like crowd of like upper echelon of online content creators.
Dude,
And there's something very sad about it.
It almost feels like a child's interpretation or like a fucking NEET's interpretation of what the Hollywood LA culture is like.
A little bit.
Like I like for work I've been to California a fair bit of times, and it's just like what they want to replicate with Creator Clash and a lot of these, like, I guess you could say award shows, is almost like, hey, we're just as important as Hollywood, we're just as cool as them, and like you're trying to appeal to a market or legitimize yourself in a market that will never in a million years accept you. I mean, anytime you see like some mainstream celebrities interpretation of Twitch, it's always, or any form of online content creation, it's always like 10 years behind the pack. It's not that they're not trying to understand you, it's that they're actively trying to disrespect you. Like online media, no matter what, it is growing at a pace that is far larger than anything traditional.
They're fucking nervous.
Yeah, I mean, they're losing it. They're losing their. I mean, at this moment in time, like we talk about Tim Pool, we talk about influence, right? I would argue Tim Pool has more influence than, I would say, 70% of like all of the fucking
Fox News
political pundits that I've seen on the internet, right? Like, it's crazy. You go to like, I was in New York City, October of last year, and you know the one sign that I kept seeing flash on Times Square. And I was sleeping right across Tim Pool's face. He was just constantly fucking promoting the Timcast. Like I literally was like, I was in my hotel, like trying to sleep. I open up my eyes and I just see the Timcast. I'm like, bro,
sleep paralysis demon.
He's putting in, dude. That's my fucking sleep paralysis demon. It's like Timcast on the main Times Square billboard. So I'm
That's
like,
incredible.
I'm like, dude, he's making good money. He's promoting, and he's more like known than I would say. Most of these, like, I know more about Tim Pool than I know about the current Fox News hosts or anchors or the CNN people or anything,
the thing
right?
Because he's a person.
Even some of the
I
people
think
that Daily
so
Wire
much
and
of
stuff.
today is like so much quicker to hook yourself onto like a personality of sorts, and it's like, oh, I know this guy, so therefore I'm gonna listen to his ideas because I know him and his ideas kind of mesh with mine, right? Like there's that mentality. And I mean,
it's one of the reasons why like Hassan is also in that same boat too, right? Like he's one of the most popular political streamers, and I would argue that even Hassan Piker has more legitimacy, or not, well, like more known, more clout than even some of the biggest like liberal like or right or left wing reporters that I would see out there, or you know, people in that political punditry.
I will argue against that point just a little bit in terms of the fact that Tim Pool, Hassan Piker, all these people, all they do is spend all day on mainstream media sources reacting to it. They're not actually news. They're just mooching off of all of the reporting from the mainstream media while also shitting on the mainstream media, even though their entire business is just like reacting to what the old school stuff is doing and giving their thoughts on it without providing any new insight, just off of like a hot take.
That's why I think political punditry is the better term. That's why, like, when I said a reporter, I'm like immediately for like Hassan or Timbo, I'm like, hold on a minute, let's dial that one back a little bit. I think they're good for promoting that ideology or like, you know, constantly putting that into their head. I don't think they're good at reporting or like being on the ground or doing anything. I don't know much about. I know that Tim Pool used to be a reporter. I don't know about anything anymore. I don't know if he sends out people for him.
I think you probably don't know this, but it is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship.
Jesus Christ, the
and it has a benefit.
The Vosh clip.
I always have to bring up the Vosh clip. See, there you go. You're not going to see that on Twitter, huh?
Yeah. I mean, you got to give them that, I guess. True. You won't see that on mainstream media.
No, take that, CNN.
People realize the YouTube people, because I know the Young Turks at one point try to have like investigative journalists where they're trying to expand, and what they quickly realize is, hey, there's no money in this. Like the money is sitting behind a desk, 100%. Just running your mouth, a person in front of a camera. It's so cheap, you can make a ton of content.
Quick to the news too. That's
quick to the news, just sitting there, and whenever there's a new topic, make the video. This is
on
what
Twitch
the YouTube
for 8 hours and click refresh on the
Actually going out and having a journalist in the Middle East, like in like a war zone, taking video and like talking to people and risking their lives. No YouTubers doing that. I mean, maybe there's a couple, but most of the people that are like acting like they're very important in the political sphere online, they're just sitting on their butt all day, just giving their thoughts on things. And nothing wrong with that. There's a use for it. It works in a capitalist society, but I just don't. I don't like pretend that what I cover on my channel is like super important.
I mean, I think for the political side of people, it's all just like people who exist just to reaffirm. I don't think anybody gives a shit about
That's a great point.
The hard fact or like the debate of politics. Like even when it comes to like just working on this Keffel stuff and it's like talking about like people want to turn this political. I'm like, dude, I'm just covering somebody that I think is a scam.
Yeah, but Keffels is trans.
To talk about
are you trans?
Are you
anti-woke?
Well, and that's the whole thing. My whole response to that, I'm like, you have to be like mentally disabled if you think that me criticizing one person that is trans is just suddenly criticizing them all.
This is total. Yeah, you guys are like totally. This is like a great conversation, bro. I love this. This is awesome. But I agree, man. Like what you're saying is total facts. Like a lot of people, politics is literally just watching sports for them. It's blood sports. Like, and in a way, I like the debate bros because they're almost honest about that. You know what I mean? Because it's like it is literally like at the end of the day, like, are we really trying to change each other's minds?
It's
no,
not
we're trying to
water,
flex our
it's
fucking
aqua.
we're trying to flex our linguistic skills, kind of. But like in terms of what Gamer from Mars was saying, like immediacy, especially like when it comes to reliability, like consistent uploading, whatever. Immediacy is really like fucking easy in itself and whatever, because obviously you can kind of latch on to whatever is the most current fucking news or whatever. But I'm a big fan of this shit. A lot of the times too, it's like these people again with the PMC, like the managerial mindset. It's like, do these people actually care about the issues, or are they trying to masturbate? You know what I mean? Like, are they trying to like stoke their egos and feel like they're just doing the right thing? You know what I mean? Like confirm their fucking biases, whatever. And I think a lot of the times, it's just masturbation. Like it's just completely impotent. But,
I think where it gets into like a bit of the danger, and I think Nux, you brought this up like last episode, was when like I think it was Vosh who said like misinformation is fine if it promotes like a leftist cause, and I'm like,
I saw that.
In no way, in my opinion, is misinformation like ever okay. You know, if you're gonna be somebody that wants to call themselves like a reporter or like cover facts, like try to cover as much fact as you can.
I was gonna mention that earlier because Art was talking about how there's no money in investigative journalism. I would argue that most people that are like doing really well in politics don't want an investigative journalist, purely because it turns out things are going to be shades of gray, and no one wants shades of gray. Everyone wants an extreme opinion backing them up. So the last thing Ben Shapiro or Hassan want is an actual shades of gray investigation, right? They want an extreme take.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's this thing called the Sweet Baby Ink stuff. I don't know if you guys have been following that controversy. It's the Gamergate 2 stuff. Yeah. So it's interesting because like I covered that right like a couple days after the controversy, and I was like looking into everything that I could about it. Right. Like so one thing that I hate about the internet as of now is like when talking about this topic, it's always like, oh, these are right-wing neo-Nazis that hate minorities,
or like into this because
these are like white erasure type individuals on the other end. And like I'm looking into where the origin point of this controversy is, who's like behind it, like everything. And like you said, Nux, everything is a shade of gray, right? Like it's a situation where one guy makes a Steam group talking about like, I don't want to buy games from this diversity DEI firm like company, which is fine. That's your right. You know, you're allowed to respond however you want financially. The other side starts a actual campaign to get this dude's Steam account removed. So I'm like, okay, so you started the first salvo of harassment. And now it's become a thing where people are trying to extrapolate it into like, oh, this is the first instance of a 4chan post or something. I'm like, dude, just say you guys don't care about any fact or like any context. You just want your exact side to come out the winner in this, right? Like it is a team sport. You don't care about what is the objective truth, because the objective truth with a lot of situations is there is so much gray in between all these. Like when I covered the completionist and like when I covered his charity stuff with Carl, it's like that guy always watching back rubbed me the wrong way for sure. But like even in that situation, there's like a human element, there's an emotional element, there's there's a lot of nuance that you have to address, and I kind of hate when I'm looking at like the political side of the internet that just consistently tries to, take away that rip apart the context,
shoehorn.
And,
This actually, it's funny we were talking about Tim Pool. He has a super I guess it's not that well known, but it's like at the time well known case where his claim to fame, honestly, because he worked for Vice, right? Like I don't know if you guys have ever seen the Vice videos where it's like cannibal, like there's like a real life cannibal. I remember I would watch Tim Pool basically when I was younger. I just thought he was cool because it's like Vice was the shit back then.
They made so much good shit back in the day, dude. North Korea,
they were innovative for investigative journalism. It's very cool. But so Tim, when he left Vice, he wanted to lean into this investigative shit. Anyway, he goes to fucking Sweden basically, and he basically the thing that he sells, he does a documentary, whatever, and he basically effectively sells the idea that yes, immigrants are completely ruining Sweden, whatever. And irrespective of what you think of that view, when you and this has all been revealed literally years later, but it's like in this fucking documentary, he's interviewing like the fucking white nationalists or whatever, you know what I mean? Like he's interviewing like the people who will say that no matter what the you know what I mean? The leaders of these parties that he probably doesn't even fucking know who they are. And as well, what's even more than that is that the footage, the camera woman who was working with him, she released the footage that Tim Pool used in this documentary to like make it spicy, as if like I believe it was something like these immigrants are like following us, or like the police are following us, or some shit. And in reality, it was just like nothing was happening.
Oh my god, dude!
Yeah, you just got completely exposed. There's a very good video by I think it's It's Vadim. This guy's like kind of underrated, but I don't think he uploads that much anymore. But like Tim Pool is a very suspect individual. Like this is a guy, I don't know, he's worth looking into. But like
next vigilante. Your next big video, Tim Pool?
Definitely not impossible. Definitely not impossible. But he's a guy that I've been very suspect of for a long time. The thing is, though, is that like in recent times, he does kind of keep his head low a little bit, like in the sense that he really does kind of like keep his shit mild, if that makes sense.
Enough not to draw controversy.
There's enough money to be made off of just being like below the top person in the space, because if you're a Tucker Carlson, you're getting scrutiny over every single thing you do. But a quartering, especially nowadays, quartering gets a bunch of views still. He has a dedicated following. You don't hear people like going after him anymore. It's just not a thing. He's still making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, I'm sure, off of his content. But you don't have to make millions of dollars, and then you're also like removing a lot of the stress off yourself. I think that's where Hassan kind of screws up. He's the number one person in the space, and that sounds good. That's maybe what he's trying to achieve. But if he wasn't the number one person, he was number two, and there was some other person above him on that like socialism, Twitch grift, that would be the focus, and he would just kind of get away below the radar. That's kind of how I see things operating as like the most optimal place to be. It's not good to be number one.
The fascinating thing about Hassan is that he really does not give a about optics of like appealing to like kind of a logic or reason when it comes to the commentary community. Like he's extremely like totally writes off the commentary community, and I was amazed, to be honest, when he like the Willie Mack interview. I was amazed that he would take like such a kind of bold angle where it's like, I haven't even seen your video, I don't get what we're talking about, you know what I mean?
Okay, dude,
and it's like
that's everyone.
He could. Yeah, all that he needed to potentially, I mean, all that he probably needed to do to like save face or whatever you would say is just like probably watch the video, agree with some shit, not agree with some of it, you know what I mean? Like just take the lickings, like and like improve whatever. But it's like no, it's like complete. You're not my target demographic, okay? I don't know.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter though.
That's true.
The secret sauce of one of these people, a Tim Pool, a Hassan Piker, a Quartering, is that
persistence.
One, they're persistent. They never stop. They're able. You could say what they're doing is easy content, and it is. But Hassan doing that every single day, 6 days a week for years on end, I couldn't do it. That's so mentally draining. So people say
they're
like,
good with the inertia.
It's funny when Hassan said my job is hard. It actually is hard. Most people couldn't do what he does.
I totally agree.
It's just
again, I don't think it's the hardest thing in the world, all right? But like, but it is difficult.
It's socially draining. I stream once a week for like 3 hours, and even after that, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm tired. Like, I don't want to fucking talk to anybody or whatever. Like,
I think the distinction
I
is
guess
it's a
it's
job
socially
they chose
draining,
to do, and it's hard. So you can't complain if you could do something else that's easier. I mean, it kind of goes back to like the Wings of Redemptions and the Boogies, where people tell them to go get a real job if they hate YouTube so much, and then they don't because YouTube still makes them more money than if they were to go get a place at McDonald's.
Work nearly as hard as Hassan.
No, that's the other. Well, it's just it's different in a lot of ways. But I think that's just kind of an interesting distinction.
I think it's just the idea of like not being able to take the slightest criticism. Like when I watched a clip of Hassan like right after I made like a tweet about it, and he was like, Muda jumped on even with the added context. I'm like, it's not jumping on. It's like, dude. I have always said like, bro, coming from like a 9 to 5 office to office grind, I love running my own company more than I do any because all of the rewards come back to me. Even if I'm working more, if you looked at like the per week, I'm like, at least my reward pool is higher. I'm like, dude, you have a good life, you have good everything. Like you, first off, to stream, you don't even have to fucking think of driving. Like imagine living in fucking LA and then having to like, oh shit, I have to go to work, I have to drive. Like Jen has to fucking drive to work. She has to go do that. Most of my stuff, if I wanted to, I could even remote at home. I'm like, dude, just take the fucking
lickings.
Just accept that you're fucking blessed and like, just whatever. Socially draining. Also, it's socially draining because you bring this shit onto yourself too.
True.
Well, and there's nothing stopping him from saying, I'm only going to stream twice a week, and he'd still make more than enough money to sustain himself for the rest of his life. He doesn't need to work anymore. So I think a lot of YouTubers are in that position when they get successful enough where you're adding more workload to yourself just because that's what you want to do. But I'm involved in 3 different businesses at this point. Could I cut off one of them and then just focus on the other 2 and save myself a ton of mental strain? Yes, but I do it to myself. I maybe shouldn't.
Right.
But it's my fault. I can't sit here and complain on the internet to my audience about that since it's what I've done.
Well, I mean, you can. You'll just get made fun of.
Yes. Well, that's why I don't do it.
I see.
The thing is like, again, it kind of goes back like, dude, Twitch streamers, like, to get into the mindset of a Twitch streamer, like, you really do, like, your chat, it's so weird, but your chat are like your coworkers, right? So like eventually you just start about just like your job, you know what I mean? So but you're like too comfortable, and then someone will clip it, and rightfully, like, dude, like, I mean, if you're making multi-millions, for basically streaming for 10 hours a day, yes, you're fucking lucky as yes. But it's like the kind of everyday kind of just bitching that you would have at like any job, more or less. That shit, since there's like literally in some cases like 20,000 people listening, it's like, bro, my life is about 1,000 times shittier than yours. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like, well, I guess a better example is like, imagine if like you're in the water cooler and the fucking C-suite executive comes down and you're like the fucking pencil pusher.
Yeah.
And the C-suite guy's like, man, my fucking job sucks. It's draining and everything. I'm like, dude, you also live 100 times better than me too. Like, you.
Yeah. Man, I used to work in tile installing, and so that's like laborious, whatever you would say. Like, it's like hard on your knees and your back, whatever. But dude, there's something about like these trades guys that they just have like this completely undefeatable like mindset. And one of the funniest manifestations of this, I remember, because this is like a family trade, working with my dad, like when I was probably too young, but like basically one of the guys at this job, he had a tattoo. He was a Russian guy, like fresh off the boat immigrant guy, and he just got a tattoo. He was all excited about it. He was just learning English, and the fucking tattoo was all like along his arm, and it's just said "everyday good." And I'm just like, that's fucking hilarious, and then that's cute as
that is
like
so cute.
I really like that mindset. It's funny that obviously like the English isn't great or whatever, but like the guy like was completely like his mindset was like completely like one of the best I've ever seen. And it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, with especially when if your entire job is just kind of like reacting to people, like going through the motions, it's like reaction, you're constantly adapting. It is different than if you're kind of like a tradesman, or like, again, even like doing research, right? Like with your research you probably get a ton of fulfillment, both like all you guys, from the fact of like I probably made the best video on this. You know what I mean? It's like you get like, oh, I fucking love my job type of energy. Whereas if you're literally like, I have to sit in this chair and talk to this fucking chat for 10 hours today contractually.
Oh, dude, nothing is better than like working on a video. Like I remember the Mom and Max stuff was hilarious. It's like digging through all of it, putting it together, and then just like nothing is more satisfying than like clicking the drop down button, hitting public, and just letting that.
Dude,
I'll admit, I hated that whole situation. I hated the Mama Max situation.
That's fair. That's fair.
I love winning, dude. I love it. I love winning that situation.
Yeah. No, I feel that. Yeah. Like for me, it was very difficult to get the Sneeko video monetized because I was really trying to not sanitize it, right? Because again, these guys are talking about all these buzzwords that'll get you demonetized, right? They're talking about white nationalism. They're talking about hating women. They're talking about hating gays. They're talking about all this stuff. And I really wanted to because it's like I really wanted to take it head on, right? Because it's like a lot of times, and I understand that this is not even a criticism, but like it's really easy to focus on the person, right? But in my mind, Sneeko as a person was just an amalgam of these like dog shit opinions. Yeah. Like every time he gets criticism, he falls back on like his fucking principles or his opinions or whatever. And so yeah, I just really wanted to like take the fight to his fucking opinions. And I'm like, again, I'm really glad that it's it got monetized and whatever, because it took like literally fucking like 17 tries. Like
damn, that's a record.
I needed it to be honest. Like you guys would know, like if a video gets demonetized, it doesn't get carried in the algorithm. You make
we know.
It's like a death sentence. Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta play
my thing with like any videos, like when it gets fucking age restricted, that's like you just know the video's
it's
dead.
dead.
You can just look at it on the real time
completely
graph.
dead. Yeah.
It's over.
Yep. Yeah. There's like some of the incentive structures on YouTube, like it literally takes a masochist to make certain videos, especially again if you're like really like grappling with certain ideas. It's tough, man. Yeah.
That's why, like, ever since the adpocalypse like happened, and I've discussed this with Art and everyone too, and it's like I moved all my money in investing and like starting up our business. So it's like
genius.
The moment, like, so when I made the Sneeko video, it's like when he kept on like using the R word and everything, I'm just like, oh, that one?
Right.
Oh, don't worry, I'll just throw it out there.
Yeah.
Because I always find the humor in that, where it's like these guys always talk about escaping the Matrix, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm on the same platform. I'm on the Matrix.
Oh, bro,
breaking the rules of the Matrix.
I love that mindset where it's like, Sneeko will say like I'm like in an echo chamber, but in reality, it's like, buddy, I stepped into your fucking echo chamber. You know what I mean? Like, and I set off a bomb is what I like to say, because it's like that's pretty much what I did. Like again, the first like 30,000 views of my video were Sneeko fans. You know what I mean? Like everyone in his fucking community was like, if you see in his Discord, everyone's talking about it. They're like, yo, what the fuck is going on? And then he's censoring his fucking Discord, all this shit. He tries to like hide the ball.
Has Sneeko acknowledged your video?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. He
watched it.
Sorry, I can like link you guys after, but just I guess for chat. Yeah, I basically literally he released the video. That's how I like to frame it, because again, I hosted this game show for him. I asked him 10 demonic questions. He doesn't know who I am. He doesn't know any context what's going on. And then the final question's like, do you want to open this briefcase, Pandora's box? He opens it. Big thing comes on screen. Collect your prize at youtube.com/Gokanaru. And then he goes and he's like transfixed. He's like, holy like this is content. And he reacts to the first like 15 minutes thinking like, dude, this is like a fan. This is like crazy. I might be able to collaborate with this guy. And then it takes him that long to realize like, oh, like this guy's actually making a hit piece. I got owned. You know what I mean?
And then he made some other like kooky response where later he would like briefly mention it's like, oh yeah, there are these people, these forces of Satan that are making videos about me.
No, he called me when I worship the devil, and that's why I take the angle of like, why did you play with the devil? You know what I mean? Like, why did you participate in this? You know what I mean? He doesn't reflect on any of that. But yeah, I definitely, I don't know. Echo chambers are fucking weird, man. Like they really allow people to just not question themselves.
I mean, if you don't have any reason to like, that's the weird part about this like super red pill, like, and again going back to even like the political side of things, it's like all of these like groups when they don't allow people to critically think, that's when the echo chambers form, and it's like I think that's the biggest net negative for any society right there. It's like,
true.
Look, I interact with so many people that I could have a disagreement with, right? Like,
Yeah.
I was on the Unsub podcast. Those guys are a little bit more right than I would be, I would think, but that doesn't mean we can't have a fucking discussion. That doesn't mean we can't have dialogue. Doesn't mean we can't challenge each other, right? Like,
Yeah.
when you're so busy in sanitizing the world for your for your little corner,
Mhm.
I think ultimately all you do is just like you're just leading to the dumbing down of society.
Yeah.
We are built upon constantly challenging each other. If we don't do that, then we, I guess, intellectually almost die as a
Yeah.
species, in my opinion.
Yeah.
At least.
It
I
is
agree.
weird though to see how people aren't willing to engage with anyone else in good faith if they, they're part of some other community or they're part of something that they know beforehand that, oh, this is someone that I disagree with, and therefore everything this person says must be bad because of that.
Mhm.
It's sad.
Yeah, there is extremes where again, if you're talking to a white nationalist, you're not going to convince this guy. He is taking the dub just by talking to you to a large extent. There is scenarios where when you're dealing with real conscious political actors, it can be like a kind of I guess you could say like an exception where it's like this guy is literally consciously trying to farm my audience or whatever. So I understand that to an extent, and I was doing that with Sneeko. So I understand the protectionist angle, but it's like,
Yeah, there's nothing wrong
I
with
mean,
that.
if you're gonna make the claim that you're about free speech, you're about confrontation, you're about all this shit. If I challenge that claim,
Yeah, own it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and also when it comes to politics, I think there's
Okay.
something just inherently disingenuous when you're talking about politics because you are pushing an agenda, But when, to some extent,
Another island. What the? pirates.
Give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence. Such rich, exquisite evening. My head shimmers with anticipation.
Fuck.
My legs are as the wind. Strong and free. Try this. You've done well to last this long. But the battle has only just begun.
What the f...
I'll slaughter you all. Dodge this if you can. I'll make it quick. Don't underestimate me. Feel my fury. Know your place. There's still time. With more of the dragon's ether, I can yet... You're finished. Ah! Damn it all!
Nope.
I see you've bested Barbaricia. Well done.
Her minions too are all crystallized or scattered.
What of my sister? Tell me you learned something about Ashdaya. So the Archfiend and her crystal yielded not.
Our efforts have not been entirely fruitless. We have deprived your sister's captor of another powerful champion. With Zero, we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
Indeed. We could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you, Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain. And now I will have my...
Her ether is nearly spent. Perhaps unsurprising given how much power she used.
I wouldn't want to face another Archfiend without her. We should hurry back to Zero's domain.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue, it would be unwise to risk our lives for the sake of haste. Let us suspend the mission and tend to Zero.
Okej. Ist korrekt. Das ist gut, ja.
moment while I close the gate. There. We may rest easy for now. Was there any trouble? I expect some void scent slipped through.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for...
Yes, you're grateful. You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns.
Indeed. It is good to be home again.
And we are...
Chambers have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once. Our mission took many an unexpected turn. But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned...
Zero.
While she appears none the worse for wear, she remains locked in slumber, and I cannot help but worry. Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery?
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others, be it by trade or by force. In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether. Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Then we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time, and when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food. I know you promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine harnish cuisine more.
Food can certainly be arranged.
Food.
She looks like any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she...
Zero said before that Xenos had altered her essence. A change wrought, I suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is void-sent, rendering it dominant. Thus, we were able to reverse it with the power of light. I labor to believe that Xenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Thandaniel. Were Zero wholly void-sent, I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her. One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
'Tis no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it.
Oh. Oh no. What? Okay, I see what's going on. Oh. Oh boy. La la. Oh, come on! What? Ah, okay. Fuck! I can do this. Nice. Okie dokie, BRB. Okay. Aló, aló. Aló, aló. Another one? Oh, never mind. What was I doing? Alright, Wondrous Tales. That one is easy.
Light. Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here? There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must... Oh, you're awake! Wonderful! Ah! Ah! What is this? Some sort of fiend? A fiend? Where is it? Where?
but this is no time for jokes. You're in the source, my dear. The world next door, so to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed. I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
I do like her armor. Her armor is pretty cool. Nom nom time.
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments. I hope you find them as flavorful as they are invigorating.
This isn't what you promised. I suppose ether is ether.
No, you eat them. What? You eat them.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Where's the enjoyment in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow.
Oh. Oh.
That's the way. So, did it taste good?
I don't know.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
Well, we void scent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their prey's ether. But I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing, but diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die. And I have died countless times.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Not much. After a while, you return, together with all your expended life force. The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
God damn it, scientist woman.
The question of taste aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing. We brought you to our world without your consent, and for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have
It's fine. I have no reason to go back. Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, 'tis that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake. You managed to return in one piece this time. But don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
Rest assured, we will make no assumptions and spare no preparation. Speaking of which, while we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, Radzet Han.
Again, a stranger in this strange land. I have a condition. You must come too.
You have my thanks.
Phew. Excuse me. Oh, he's a kid again. I didn't even notice that. Kinda, yeah, sure. Okay, I'm going to call it for today. To get up early tomorrow. But I will be back tomorrow. Good night.